ancient misconceptions. We've got truth in our possession. No room for doubt, no time to waste. It's time to put flat Earth in its place. Here comes the smackdown.
Welcome everybody to Tuesday night. I always say that. I don't know why I forgot. Anyway, welcome. Tonight we've got a debate. It is with Vince. Vince has been on here before. Let me get him on. It was, I think, what was it, Vince? Was it March or February that you were on?
Yeah, 3-4 months ago or something.
Yeah. And a bunch of people said, hey, bring him back. So I said, last week, I'm like, Vince, you ready? And he said, yes. So good.
Yeah. I enjoy it. You know, and I don't mind looking stupid. You know what I mean?
You know, everybody has to have their special skill.
Exactly. Remember, I play a little bit like Detective Columbo. You remember Detective Columbo?
Yeah.
Yeah, he plays, you know, he looks stupid, but he ain't that stupid. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
All right, hold on. They're saying there's an echo, so let me drop your audio a little bit. Okay.
Is it on my end? Is it too loud?
I don't hear an echo, so I don't know why there is an echo.
Okay, let me know because I can lower it.
They say the echo's wild, so let's see. To Zoom, to OBS. And well, I did update my loop back, so.
And you don't have the stream on, like on a tab or something?
No.
That might be feedbacking.
No.
No?
Yeah, give me a
check. Yeah.
All right. Say something there. I think I broke it now. Hold on. Yeah, I broke it. Okay.
Let me listen.
It's more like reverb.
Hold on.
More like reverb than echo. They said much better when you were muted.
Yeah, of course. Hold on. Let me switch mics. I have a couple of different mics here. That's weird.
Yeah, there's no reverb on my end. So like I said, I did update Loopback and the operating system this week.
Yeah.
So this is the first time I've used it since.
Okay. What about this mic? Hello.
It sounds the same to me.
The same.
Wow.
Testing. Okay. What about?
Why is it?
Let me try the third microphone.
It's not your microphone. It's something in my.
Let's see. This is the third one right now. Hello. Testing. All right. I am testing.
That's the best one, says everybody.
Really?
Right, well,
what the hell?
But still,
looks like I'm on a press conference.
Okay, we're getting the same. We're getting the same reviews for it.
I mean, what if we use StreamYard? Would that?
Well, I've already started this StreamYard. We can't switch. Yeah. We can't. I'm gonna have to shut it down and start a new one. Hold. Let me.
What about now? I changed something. I don't know. What about now? Is it the same?
I can't hear anything wrong, so I'm not going to be able to.
Yeah, it's only on the stream, right?
It's strictly something in my software that's feeding to YouTube.
Okay.
So it's definitely nothing that I can hear.
But it's only
and
it's only
until I make a change, we wouldn't expect it to make a difference.
but it seems to only duplicate my voice, not yours, right? On the screen.
Yeah, and that makes sense because they come into OBS with different channels.
Okay.
Give me a second here.
Yeah, no problem. I hate technical stuff.
Sounds like two lines of source. Yeah, let's to zoom to that to make speaker. Okay, now say something.
Hello, testing.
Okay,
Testing.
We'll see if people what he says about that. Did that most recent one make a change?
Okay.
No, it's not. It's not his. No change. Darn. So for reference, I use loopback. I'm on a Mac, and in order to get audio into OBS, I need to run
an app. Or
I
something.
run an app that captures the audio, and then I can route it however I need. So
Okay.
and so I have one that's called To OBS. And I have one that's called To Zoom. So I feed you I feed you To Zoom, and I feed OBS with To OBS. And To OBS has the Zoom app, which for some reason isn't actually getting your audio, and the pass-through, which is getting your audio, which is this is an unchanged setting from how I normally do it. So
yeah. I mean, I know it's a hassle, but StreamYard would probably work better. But then we'd have to create a new live stream. I know that's a hassle too, but
it is very strange because I only see 1 meter going on OBS, and I only see one copy of you in loopback. What happens if you mute To OBS line in OBS? Well, yeah. All right, let's try this. All right, say something now.
testing.
All right, so that was him muted while saying testing.
Testing.
Wait, did you hear him?
Testing.
Okay, hold on.
Huh?
Try again.
Testing.
Okay. All right, so now it you can still hear him. That's crazy. If you can hear him, that's very strange because according to OBS, there's nothing. But I don't know if they're being serious or not.
Oh man, let me check.
Okay. No. It's nothing on your side. Or are you listening?
No, I'm gonna check the stream
to
see if they're lying or not. No, I'm gonna check the stream.
Oh,
it works.
They're lying or not.
It's good.
I have no idea.
It works.
They're lying or not.
Okay.
It's good.
Or no, hold on. After a while though, it feedbacks. For
I have no idea. It works.
It does because your mic.
Hold on. After a while,
yeah.
I know because I'm hearing your phone, which is then going back out. That's why there's that.
Through my mic.
Okay.
Is it going through my? Okay, so it's good now.
We're good.
I think.
We're all good.
Okay. Damn. Okay. All right. I'll take this one away.
I will in my my spare time figure out what is going on.
Yeah.
All right.
Shit happens. Yeah.
All right. Let me get this fixed. All right, Vince.
Yeah. We're gonna talk about 5G and shit. Yeah.
In case people weren't here last time, why don't you tell them? Give them a
what I am.
Who is Vince?
Well, I'm what I call a master composer. It's very cocky, but I can back it up. I've been, composing music for over 20 years. My favorite artist is Freddie Mercury. And I'm not gay, even though you guys might think I am. I look like a French baguette bread maker. But anyways, never mind that. Regarding the flat Earth, a lot of you guys, a lot of your people, they're like, there might still be hope for this guy to become a glober again. And listen, I'm saying, yeah, if I see evidence, I said this before too, like real evidence, I will become a glober, because I don't care, flat earth, glober,
Right.
I don't care. I only want the truth.
I'll write it
and
down.
that's it.
I'll write down a list of the things that you will accept.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna get to some point that you gave the other time too, but hold on. Yeah. So so wherever the truth is, I will go. And I don't belong to any cults, because I hate cults. I'm a nomad. I don't belong to any group of people, not even flat earthers. And let me just address this, McToon. I read some of your one of your commenters said, "Oh, why do you bring this guy on? He accused you." I did not accuse you of anything. In fact, I was like, that was a douchebag thing for that flat earther to do when he called you some stuff. Remember? You just showed a random YouTube video, and that guy was a douchebag. So I just want to address that. That I think that's a fucking douchebag move. Oh, sorry, I cursed. Douchebag move of that guy. And don't think all people that are flat earther are like that, because no. Anyways, so yeah, if the truth is that it's a globe, I'm fine with that. It's just that I believe that there is a plan for humanity. There's an enslavement plan, and the globe is involved in that plan. They want to digitally enslave us, and they need us to believe that the Earth, this ball, is in danger, and that we need to save it, and we need to enslave ourselves. We need to agree to our own enslavement in order to save the ball. And also, I do think, the last 4 years have tarnished the reputation of science. I know not all science is the same, though, but people do trust science. So maybe we need to separate science from science, because there is science that says men can be women, and I don't believe in that science, and I don't believe in the science of the last 4 years either. I called that shit out in the beginning. Stifles 19. Anyways, am I going too long, McTone?
Well, yeah, I'm still empty here.
Okay. Yeah, but we're gonna, like the last time, I'm gonna bring up stuff, and I give you a lot of credit for being, Yeah.
What would you accept? What types of things would you accept as evidence for the globe?
Yeah, I mean, the most obvious one is the curve, man.
Okay, so
still yet to see the curve, yet to see the curve.
So a photo.
Well, a video feed that is not fisheye and that is not CGI or 3D rendered in some way, because we all know the technologies they got, man. They got some technologies right there.
Not fisheye, not CGI.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So video,
I mean, that's
video that's not fisheye, not CGI, not fake. Okay.
Yeah. And I don't know what else there could be, really, right?
Okay. How about this one? How about this one? There's a thing going on down in Antarctica in December.
Okay.
Where people are going to go see what the sun does. So typically flat earthers claim that the sun sets in Antarctica, or at the very least that it doesn't go and do circles around your head, that it somehow does something else. So if the globe predicts, and it's required on the globe, that in December in Antarctica, when you're far enough south, that the sun will do circles overhead. And flat earth, different people have different claims about what will happen for flat earth. What do you think is the flat earth prediction for the sun's observation in mid-December in far enough south in Antarctica, like 80 degrees south?
Well, if I'm not wrong here, the Globers say that there is a 24-hour sun there, right?
Yep.
And because I have a video on that, because I want to show you it. It's like some are claiming that video, there's a video footage of that 24-hour sun. And I'm not saying this is real or not, but they are claiming there's some weirdness going on with that sun. And they've put that video on some I don't know what
but hold on. You're kind of off the question. The question is, what does the flat Earth predict to see in Antarctica?
Okay.
Because a critical part of science is making a prediction and then testing the prediction. So, what is the flat Earth prediction? And I'm gonna get my tab going while you're. Right.
Well, listen, I'm not 100% sure, but probably not a 24-hour sun.
Okay, so you think it would set? Because obviously the sun sets in Australia in December, in New Zealand, in South Africa, in South America, right? There's no disputing that. For some reason that's not disputed. So what must happen for flat Earth? Right now if we look at the Gleason map, down in the corner here, Gleason wrote claiming that past 80 degrees south, there's never sunlight.
Sunlight.
He said there's never ever sunlight, which would make sense on this particular map, I suppose, if the sun gets too far away so that it sets, though that doesn't seem to make geometrical sense, but we can talk about that. That's not this point. So it's always too far away in Antarctica, because if the sun barely is up in December when you're far south in South America here, right? The southern tip of Chile, then definitely, in December, they have, in the southern tip of Chile, they have all of 3 hours of darkness or 4 hours of darkness in December. So I don't know how that works for flat Earth, but the strange thing is that, the sun is like over Australia just as the sun is setting to observers in South America. But simultaneously, the sun never is above the horizon inside the Arctic Circle in the north on December 21st, even though it's closer, according to this map, it's closer to them than it is to South America. So it boggles the mind how flat Earth can explain just that. But so the question is, again, what is the flat Earth prediction for Antarctica?
So, but Mike Toon, what evidence do we have of that in from South America, that you can see the sun on Australia, like on the other end of the supposed flat Earth?
Well, all that I'm doing is I'm taking the sunset time and then putting the sun, because if the sun does a circle around the Tropic of Capricorn on that day, then when the sun is at local solar noon, the highest point in the sky, and then you just add however many hours, and then you move the sun around the Tropic of Capricorn on the Gleason map, the appropriate distance. And so then you're like, well, it has to be over Australia. And of course, the other thing that we do know is we know where the sun's zenith is, right? The GP of the sun, there's no question, right? So the place where people have no shadows on vertical poles, for example, right? That's the GP of the sun at that moment in time. A vertical pole has no shadow, right?
Listen, since you talk about that, the last time, you got me on that thing. You remember I said the sun, it looks like the rays are like angled in a way that it's looking like it's local. And you said, yeah, it looks like that. But if you, and then you showed me a video or something that if you look from above, it all becomes parallel rays. And I was like, yeah, you're right. But then there was this flat earther, somebody who claimed that by you saying that, you kind of nullified the whole, what is it called, the shadow sticks thing. What is this guy, his name?
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes, yeah. Because you could say the same thing then on that experiment as well, that if you look from above, then those shadows also becomes parallel. And if the sun then was local and much closer, then that thing would be possible to happen. Like it, you know.
I've seen flat earthers make that claim, that somehow they think that the math could work in either example, but I've never seen a flat earther actually do the math.
Well, I mean,
would you like
work,
me?
though.
Would you like me to give you the math and we can go over it right now?
Yeah, you can probably bamboozle me with the math stuff.
So
go ahead.
I'll spare you that.
Yeah.
If I mean, if you know you can't do the math, I'm not going to press you to try to embarrass you on that.
No, I'm just saying. You know, I'm not a math genius, obviously.
I believe you. Yeah.
You know?
So, my point is the Eratosthenes type experiment or measurement, really, where you have multiple simultaneous or multiple during the same day measurements of the position of the sun, does not work for flat Earth. Only if you have a single measurement, right? that one right there. So that one right there. Here, let me bring that up full screen here. So that's Carl Sagan talking about that. So you've got Syene at the south and Alexandria on the north. And Syene at that moment was the GP of the sun on the whatever day he did the measurement, right? And so there was no shadow. The sun was directly overhead, and down in the well there was no shadow. Now nobody was there. I mean, Eratosthenes wasn't there at the time, but it was known that on that particular day of the year, there's no shadow in a well. So he didn't need to go there to verify it. It was a known thing that was already documented. So so his only measurement was in Alexandria. So now if on the same day a measurement had been done in Jerusalem or Constantinople, or which it was at the time, maybe, right?
Yeah.
It's Istanbul, not Constantinople today.
Yeah.
If you have a date with somebody in Constantinople, she'll be waiting in Istanbul, just so you know. And another person doing the same measurement in Sweden, right? Are you in Sweden or Norway?
Yeah, I'm in Sweden.
Okay, so somebody in the capital. What's the capital city? Oslo.
In Sweden.
Yeah.
In Norway.
Norway.
In Sweden is Stockholm.
Yeah. Okay. So if somebody's in Stockholm measuring the same angle, all multiple different places, it does not work. The math does not work for flat Earth. And I see flat earthers claim it all the time. I've never seen a flat earther actually do it.
But if the sun is closer and it is local, I mean, that would be possible, wouldn't it? That, you know, precisely under the sun is
is in the realm of possibility, but when you actually test that, it doesn't work.
Okay.
So I did the actual measurement 4 times with several different people, and the important one, really just need to look at it for 2 spots, and it's never been shown to be the case. I'm in Minneapolis. I was right around 45 degrees north latitude, and my friend Round Thinker was in Jerusalem, right around 30 degrees north latitude. And when we do the math for hypothesizing flat Earth, we get 2 different elevations for the sun at the same moment. Is that possible? Can the sun be in 2 places at the same time? Not possible. Unless you start inventing things that don't match reality. Like there's many suns.
I have seen that. I have literally seen that at one time with my wife in Stockholm. It looked like one bigger sun and a smaller sun. I actually have it on video somewhere. I'll have to find it. But
were you inside a building looking through a glass?
No. I was driving my fucking car with my wife. I should not curse, right? My car with my wife, and I saw the regular sun and then a smaller sun not too far from it, and I was like, "What the hell is that?"
So you
But
saw it through glass.
well, I took the window down,
Okay.
and I saw it directly, like there was no window in between us, and I was filming while I was driving. But anyways, who knows what that was? Yeah.
Well, did you see it with your bare eyes or did you see it through the camera?
Hey, I saw it with my bare eyes, and then I took the camera, of course. But I first saw it with my eyes, and then I quickly took up my mobile phone.
All right. When was this? What time of year was it?
This was in 2017, and it might have been in autumn, maybe.
Okay.
Autumn or spring. I don't remember.
I'd love to see the video. My guess is that it was a very cold day.
Hey, listen, I could try to pull it up.
Pull
right
it up.
now, so yeah, hold on.
I'll change the settings so you can share your screen.
Yeah, hold on. And mind you, it was recorded on a smartphone.
In 2017, yeah.
Yeah. I got it on Odyssey. Hold on, I need to log in there. By the way, in the meantime, while I'm doing that, I want to also ask you about this. I'm signing in now. You see it on my screen, right?
Yeah.
You know the tilt over there.
Yeah.
What doesn't make sense to me about that is the South Pole, being that much frozen, on the, hold on, on this side right here, because that's almost like, the lower part of South America, as you can see. So why isn't South America frozen, but the South Pole is? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's warmer there during that time, but the big reason is, if you have the same amount of energy being distributed across a larger area, what happens? It's less heating, less warming happens, right?
I don't know. I mean, if the sun rays is supposed to be like, if the sun rays over here is warmer than over here, then there should not be ice here.
The sun rays are the same sun rays are happening.
Yeah.
Right. But over South America.
Yeah.
Now that not at this particular time of day that we're seeing that, right? Over that this time of day that we're looking at it's local solar noon on the ocean, but move it backward 6 hours and the sun will be approximately over the Tropic of Capricorn, which is in South America, right? So the light from the sun is coming in perpendicular to the ground. So, if you have 1 square meter of area hitting 1 square meter of area, where if you look at the South Pole there, you have it tipped, and so it's at a steep angle. So let's say it's coming in at 30 degrees, so it's a 60 degree. You're looking at maybe a third or quarter of the same amount of energy. So let's use 4. It's approximate.
Yeah.
So you have 1 square meter of energy hitting 4 square meters of ground. So you reduce the amount of energy getting to the ground by that amount there. It's a quarter. Now, these are contrived numbers. They're not to be, used in a math formula to actually get the amount. We could do that. So that's one thing. Another is the air has the sunlight has a farther distance to go through. So the air does absorb more of it. Okay, so this is...
Yeah, so this is, for this, I will probably need to share
I see
the screen to... Yeah, so that you get the sound though.
Oh, okay.
So you know it's me. You can hear it on my voice. Okay. Share screen. Here it is. Share. Okay. Do you hear that? This sound. Did you hear that?
No, I think I hear it coming through your headphones or something.
Oh,
Just
really?
barely, yeah. I think you have to share the sound with it. It's in
Okay.
Zoom.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Share the sound. Can you hear that?
I can.
Okay.
What's the music? Is it copyrighted?
Yeah, fuck it. It's Airwolf. I
Oh,
don't think it's called.
I love it. Airwolf.
Yeah.
Ernest Borgnine is my fake name that I use when I talk to scammers.
Really? Yeah, I don't know. I love it. It's not the official version. It's like a cover or whatever.
Oh, okay.
But I'll pause. I'll pause it just so you can hear that it's me.
Okay.
Fucking två solar.
That's me saying in Swedish. That's fucking two suns. Okay.
I only see
So-
one though. Oh,
Yeah,
over on
but-
the side there, I see. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. I don't know if I can point it out, but
I see it. Yeah, one to the
There's
left
a big
of
one.
right near the tree on the left, and then one between the lanes. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. To the right or whatever is like over here is the smaller one,
Yeah.
and the bigger one is to the left. So
På något sätt.
this is on speed. So
Fuck. Två solar.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
on
you can,
speed.
You can mute it.
Yeah.
I understand. I
Yeah.
believe it's
Yeah.
you.
Okay,
Okay.
good. So and now I had to take a right turn, but hold on. Let me see if I can. It's very hard, but it's very hard to see. Hold on. I don't know if I got some more here. But here you could see, if I pause it here, you can see to the left, the bigger sun, and
Yeah.
then a smaller one over there. I don't know what it is. It definitely looked like two different things. So I'm not claiming it is two suns, but it was weird enough for me to be like, what the hell is that? So
Yeah.
yeah.
So you did see it through the windshield, but that's not the typical double exposure that you see when you're looking through a pane of glass.
No,
So
I mean,
it
yeah.
does it potentially could be a sundog. But the camera didn't pan to the left there, and you live up north. Do you know what sundogs are? Do you see them?
Is that some like, I don't know, reflection thing? I don't know what they're calling it. I don't know.
So it's so rainbows appear opposite the sun, 180 degrees opposite the sun. The center of a rainbow is where your head would be if it was a shadow, right? And so typically you only see the top part of it because typically the sun is higher, so the shadow would be below the ground there, so you only see the top portion of it. Though people in airplanes have seen a full circle rainbow.
Of the rainbow.
Yeah. So sundogs are on the other side. They're on the same side as the sun, and they typically are to the right and left, straight horizontally right and left, and that's from ice crystals in the air. And it's a similar thing. It's the particular size of the ice crystals, and so you need a particular atmospheric condition for that to happen. So it's not like when you're looking through a camera and you see internal lens reflections where there's a second picture of it.
Is that what's called lens flare? No.
Nope. Lens flare is a different thing. Lens flare is where the lens is causing that, and you don't see it with your bare eyes. But sundogs you do see with your bare eyes too.
Yeah.
But it typically requires it to be kind of cold. So I don't know what temperature it is there. Obviously there isn't snow on the ground.
Yeah, it looks like either autumn. I think it's autumn because there's no leaves on the trees. So either autumn or
Yep.
spring.
So now, unfortunately, though, that doesn't help the idea at all here, because that's not two suns at different elevations, and you would need infinite suns at infinite elevations simultaneously for Eratosthenes type measurements to work for different latitudes.
Okay. Okay, what about this? This is the, sun lapse going on here. You see this, right? Yeah, through my screen. Yeah.
Yeah, there you see lens flares.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my problem with this one is, and I'm doing bro science here. My problem is this: the camera looks like it's at noon. It's like
Who
the cameraman.
Where's
yeah?
this from? This is just something you found?
Yeah, I just type
Okay.
sun time lapse on YouTube. So this is not a flat Earth thing. This is just a regular
Okay.
time lapse. My problem is this. This is at noon when the camera guy is in the middle, so he sees it from the left, and then at noon it's straight over the camera, and then it goes away, down there. So my thing is this. To me, this says that this is just like perspective, because if I'm under the sun and it's coming from my left, it looks low over there, and then once it's like at noon, it's above me, so it becomes like a sort of like a triangle.
But it's an arc. It's in an arch, they're not straight lines.
Well, I mean, it kind of curves a little bit, it looks like right now, a little bit when it's going back to, going down there. And to me, I don't think that should not be, because it should not move sort of like a triangle still.
But it's not. It's an arc.
Okay. But it's not, it should be more like a circle, shouldn't it?
No, it should be a parabola of some sort.
Because if I do a little bro science again, I got paint here. Do you see this?
Yep. Don't eat it. Don't eat the paint.
Why? Because if I'm standing here, the camera guy.
But that's not the track the sun took. It did not take a triangle.
But it kind of looks like that, though. Look at it again. Look at it again. Hold on. Let me take away the screen. It goes up.
You see that the camera is moving sideways.
No, the camera is just doing this.
Yeah, I don't mean moving, right? It's not strafing.
Yeah.
It's panning.
Yeah, panning. Exactly. It's
Yeah.
panning. But that to me looks like just perspective, how everything goes down, like street lamps goes down to the like this. And since he is in the middle there, at noon it goes on the top of the pyramid and then starts to travel down, just like if I were to look at street lamps to the left or to the right, they would go down. Let's say I could have street lamps to my right and street lamps to my left. And if I look to my left, everything would go down just like a pyramid, and just like a pyramid to the right. That's I would imagine it should be more like, going like a circle. And I said this the last time to you, I think there is no such thing as a curve. Since I believe everything is a simulation. What was it? Where is?
All right. Now, let me address that. It's definitely going in a curve. So,
yeah, okay.
And that's what the globe predicts. But Flat Earth does not predict that at all. Flat Earth predicts that as it gets farther away, the the distance between the horizon and the sun will not follow a linear variation. It will follow an arctangent asymptotic relationship. So here's how perspective works. If you're in a hallway, and if you look at a ceiling tile or a light, I'll say a light on the ceiling, and they're evenly spaced all the way down. And so you've got from you to the first tile is 1 meter. And then from that, or for the light, and then from that first light to the second light is 1 meter, right? And it's 1 meter all the way down. So the vertical the vertical angle change between the first light and the second light will be a certain amount. Let's invent a number. Let's call it 10. So then the vertical distance, the angular vertical distance between light 2 and light 3 will not be 10. It will be less. It will be 7.5. Yeah. And then from 3 to 4, it won't be 7.5. It'll be less than that. It'll be 5.8. And then the next one will be less and less and less. And so what happens is as it continues to get away from you linearly, right? Yeah. From up to 10 and 15 and 20 and 30 and 40, right? That amount of vertical angular change reduces and reduces and reduces. And so it eventually gets to where it won't reduce enough that you won't be able to tell a difference, but it will never touch the floor. They will get to where the floor is here and the light is here, and they never will cross, right? You won't even be able to zoom into a light and say, oh, this light is half blocked by the floor, right? That doesn't happen.
It will just look like it's touching because
and if you could get a telescope big enough, you could always resolve that there is a distance between the floor and the light. So, but it never gets there. And that's the asymptotic relationship. And specifically the trigonometry that we're looking at there is an arctangent relationship. Don't need to explain that to you. Don't need to go over that with you, but that's how it's done mathematically. They never cross. So on a flat Earth, you wouldn't expect it to go and then cross the horizon. You would expect it to do an ellipse. When it's close to you, it'll be highest, and then as it goes farther away, it'll get to its lowest point. But because flat earthers say the Earth is flat, there's nothing between the observer and the sun, so there's nothing that could possibly cause you to not see the sun.
Well, I mean, it does have a specific reach, and then it the sun doesn't seem to have, if it's local, which I think it is. It only has a certain reach before it.
What do you mean reach?
The light, the sun's light,
so you think
only has
the light can't get to us
after a certain point. Yes.
Okay.
I don't think it's infinite.
What's the physics explaining that?
I don't know. I just know that it looks.
You don't know, and you'll just put that out there.
Yes. I'm just.
All right. Well. So what is the brightest thing in the sky?
The brightest thing in the sky.
Yeah.
Besides the sun.
No. Including the sun. The sun. Okay. The sun. And what's the second brightest thing?
It would be the North Star.
Something bigger.
The moon.
There you go. Now, after that, you've got stars. The North Star is not the brightest. Sirius is the brightest. Polaris is the North Star. I don't know. Maybe it's in the top 10. I'm not certain. But planets are also up there, right? Jupiter, Venus, Mars. Mercury is a little hard to see. Saturn you can see. So those you can see.
Uranus is a funny name.
Yep.
But anyway.
Only to English speakers, I think.
Yeah.
So here's the problem with that. The sun. Let's draw the. My dog is sitting underneath my desk here.
Oh, you got a dog.
I lean back, and then his paw is sitting there. So I don't want to squish his paw.
I'm a cat guy.
All All right.
Yeah.
Well, good. We have some. I love cats, but I just can't eat a whole one.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let me get this.
You got some real drawings going on.
I got
there.
some drawing time.
Okay. Let's go.
All right. So there, people at home see it. I'll share it to you so you can see it. All right. You see the paper there? All right. So if this is the map, if this is what you think the Earth actually looks like, then we've got here as well. I'll do it. I'll do it this way. It's a little bit of a side view of the disk there. Here's the North Pole, right? And so you've got equator goes here. I'm not going to draw a concentric ellipse because it'll get messy. So there's equator. And we've got right there 45 north, right? A little bit out of scale here. We got 45 south. All right. So we've got here at 45 degrees north, and you're north of that even, right? You're 50 north, maybe 60, 55. Can you say 55? All right. All right. So let's just go right here then. So we've got then on the we'll go to the Tropic of Capricorn or Cancer. Right? So if we're 45 degrees north, and then June 21st, we've got somewhere over here is the sun above the Tropic of Capricorn. Right? I should have switched to yellow. Is this yellow? I'm going to put it higher. There's the sun. There you go. There's the sun. Now, if it's too dim to see because it's too far away from the observer here, right? You've got your observer right here. And they're looking at the sun and they're like, oh, well, it's 12 hours away from local solar noon and the sun has been set for a couple hours because, as you said, maybe it's not bright enough, right? Well, you've got a problem here because what's this? That's and what's in the firmament? Yeah, but where? So the stars are in the firmament, and are the stars as bright as the sun? No. So you can't see this. You can't see the sun because it's too far away. But you can see the stars that are much, much less bright and are farther away. Because they're not very bright, right? Okay, but none of that explains why we don't see the sun. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. But why did the sun leave? You said the sun left, or you can't see the sun because it's no, wait, don't answer. Why can't you see the sun? You said it. Because it's okay. Yep. Now, so that I'm asking you, we've got this is too much reach. It can't get that far. Why can this light get there then if it's farther away and not as bright?
But are you talking about the star there? Right? The star. You're pointing at the
Okay.
star. What?
So unfortunately, when I changed the scene, for some reason, you were they couldn't hear you. Now, they can hear
Oh
you.
shit! They couldn't hear me all this time.
Well, yeah.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, and the reverb is back. So okay.
What?
Now I changed it. Now is there single audio?
Hello, testing.
Okay. I think I figured something out.
Okay.
All right.
Should we repeat all of that? It's not that
works.
much though.
Okay, so I'll just ask the question.
Yes.
If the sun can't reach because it lost its reach, as you said, but the stars are farther away and are not as bright. Why can you see the stars but not the sun?
Yeah, my answer. I'm gonna repeat my answer to that, even though it might be incorrect. And can they hear me now?
They can.
Sure, they
yeah.
can.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't want to repeat it 3 times. But well, my answer was when the sun moves away, the sky gets black, and then the stars are visible because the sun is not there painting the sky blue or orange or whatever it does. Blue at first and then orange when it leaves. So my answer is when the sun leaves, the sky becomes black, and then you see the stars. Yeah, that's my answer.
Okay, but the sun is brighter than the stars, so it should. If the stars are not too far away to see, then there's no reason to not see the sun.
Well,
Right? There's nothing between you and the sun.
I mean,
right?
There are some stuff like atmosphere and
There's some atmosphere, yes, but
some stuff like that.
But the same atmosphere is between you and the star.
Yes,
the same amount of atmosphere. In fact, not the same amount of atmosphere, because you've got this extra atmosphere here.
Yeah. And
Right?
are you saying I'm seeing the stars as well, or I'm not seeing the stars?
Well, you can see the stars.
I can.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe you've never been outside at night, but you can see the stars. And if you've been outside at night on the coast where you can look west, you can see stars directly above the horizon. So not only is the, for some reason, the sun, which would have to be higher according to you by applying geometry, the stars that are low, the stars that are going definitely through the most amount of atmosphere, you still can see. But for some reason, the sun can't be seen. Why?
Which time is this, that you're drawing here? What time?
Any time after sunset. Anytime when the sun is down and you can see stars, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen the sun and the stars at the same time. So I only see the stars when the sun has...
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's because the sun is so incredibly bright compared to the stars.
Yeah.
So if you're saying, so it cannot be, I just have to really point out that it is an inconsistent claim to say that the sun is too far away to see, but the stars are not. Right?
Maybe.
That doesn't make any sense.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm just saying, for me, when I see when the sun is going down or whatever, listen, you see the sky is changing from, blue at noon to orange. And I know that the hue changes to orange because it's leaving you, isn't it? Like when it's up there at noon, it's white almost. It's bright.
The cause of it is beside the point, though. Right? You should be able to see it. If this is accurate. Now we can actually do a little more. Let me be a little more specific here, because if on the same day, so this is June solstice, right? Just a couple days ago.
Yeah. Yeah, when the sun never really goes down or whatever.
Well, how far north are you? Did the sun set for you?
No, there is like one day where it doesn't, and it was like
you?
June. Yeah, June 25th or some shit
Well,
like
the
that.
21st, right? Well, hold on a second.
Yeah, maybe it's
You're not north of the Arctic Circle. You're in what I mean, don't dox yourself, but where are you approximately?
like Stockholm-ish.
Okay, so Stockholm is 59 degrees north, right? So you're about 60 degrees north. So I was in Anchorage, Alaska a couple years ago, 2019, and it's also right at 60 degrees north. And I was there in mid-July, and at midnight in July, walking around, the sun was up. So is the sun up like at midnight, or at least is it bright enough that people might be just walking around outside right now?
Right now?
Yeah.
No, now it's slightly dark for a few hours, maybe.
Yeah. So you're not far enough north to have a no sunset because you need to be.
No, I will go. I will need to go even.
Yeah.
Further.
So let's see.
Yeah.
You'd have to. I don't know if you can even get it. Oh yeah. So you could Norway. Sweden goes up to about.
Yeah, there is
68 degrees north latitude. So that's inside the Arctic Circle.
Yeah, there is one part of Sweden, like way up north, where you can actually see that.
Okay. So let's do this. I did the measurement in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna draw it a little bit to scale. So this is the Tropic of I put that on the wrong spot here. We've got north of right here. Here's the Tropic of Cancer. And this is wrong. This is because this is the equator. Right. So, all right. So we're gonna do my actual measurement. So at local solar noon, on the day of the June solstice, I measured the angle. So I'm at 45 degrees north latitude, and the angle to the sun at noon was, you can guess, this angle here was 45 degrees.
Okay.
Right? Now, my distance from me to the Tropic of Cancer, I'm doing it in miles because most flat earthers are
milers.
Americans.
American.
So I mean, you do in kilometers, right? So anyway, so 3,105 miles. So now what we've got is a triangle. Now you don't need to be very good at math to get this one, right? We've got 45 here. We've got 90 here. We got 3,105 here. Okay. Now that I know that I'm 3,105 miles from the equator because there's 69 miles per degree latitude. And I'm 45 degrees from the equator at that moment. So, and I screwed up again on the.
What is your point with this one?
My point. All right, hold on. All right. The point is, this is the triangle that formed. So we can use that. We can solve that triangle because we've got an angle, we've got a side, and we've got an angle. And so we can solve that entire triangle. So solving that triangle, what's this height right here?
You're glitching out slightly, McToon.
I'm glitching out just in
with
time.
the mic. Like
what? Yeah. Okay. So what is for this triangle?
Yeah.
Solving this triangle, what is the height of this line here? This is where the sun is. How high is the sun?
No idea.
You
tell me.
Well,
you tell me.
It's the same. That side is the same as the other. So this side here and this side here are the same.
Exactly the same. 3,105.
Yeah. So that means that I measured, assuming flat Earth, that the sun is 3,105 miles high above flat Earth in Minneapolis on the day of the equinox. So there you go.
Well, the thing is this, though.
Right?
I do not think.
So this is just basic measurement. This is high school geometry. This is typically covered in middle school as a first pass, and then in algebra as a second pass, where you do the actual trick.
But listen, McToon, I subscribe more to the theory that the sun is projected into this realm from outside.
Okay, I don't really care about a religious belief about how things like that might happen.
I'm not religious, man. I believe in a programmer.
That's a religious belief, right?
No way.
I believe in the sun is projected. Okay, where's the projector? What's it projected onto? Who's in? Who did it? How did this? You confirm this? I know you can't. You don't have any of these things. I'm not going to even ask you. You have no answers to any of these things. It's just a hope and a dream. It's a wish. It's a religious position. Just admit that it's a religious position. You have only faith in it, right?
No, I know this is a simulation programmed by a programmer. Every simulation needs a programmer.
You don't know that because you don't have evidence. You believe it. You believe it.
Where are you, so I can see your beautiful face? Where are you? It's hard to yeah.
I know he's now we all know he's a Poe.
I am gay, man.
No, because he said beautiful face. All right, there you can see me.
Listen. I mean, you have to admit a computer game needs a programmer. Otherwise, how it won't display anything, right? If I just throw random codes,
it's completely beside the point, and completely without supporting evidence. And when you have to evoke, it could just be a simulation. What you're doing is saying that within the simulation, it's a globe, because the evidence is that it's a globe within the simulation. So, okay, it's a simulation. Within the simulation, all evidence points to it being a globe. Because when you got stuck on this here, because this doesn't match flat Earth, it perfectly matches the globe. But when it doesn't match flat Earth, you're like, oh, simulation. Well, all you do when you say simulation, when you're stuck, that evidence doesn't match, is all you're doing is say, okay, well, within the simulation, it's a globe. So, okay, let's accept the premise for now. Let's accept it. I'll put on my beret. Of the Earth, the entire reality is simulated. All right, that's my my beret.
Yes.
Okay,
good.
Is that, what do you call the hat you're wearing?
A beret. I don't know.
Super.
I'm
wearing my beret of the entire existence as a simulation. Within the simulation, all the evidence points to the Earth being a globe.
Okay,
that's what this is.
But going back to what I say about there is no curve at all.
Okay, but hold on. We can come back to that in a minute here.
Yeah.
But I wanna wrap up on this one here.
Okay.
Okay. So I mean, you kind of you didn't like this because maybe you know where this is headed. You know where I'm headed with this?
I have no idea where you're headed.
Okay, well, let's do this. This is the and I wrote it wrong. It's not the June solstice. Hold on. We are at the getting messy here. March, September equinox.
Okay.
All right. So here we are, March, September equinox. So here's local solar noon in Minnesota. Now, 6 hours later, the sun set on that day, somehow. But let's do this. Let's put the sun on the other side. 12 hours later, we'll move the sun around to where it's going to be 12 hours later. It's going to be right about here, over the equator, right here, right? And how high is it according to Flat Earth?
I mean, you say it's 3105.
Yeah, that's it has to be because that's what I measured. Assuming Flat Earth, that's the geometry that I got. So when it's 3105 miles, and here I am in Minneapolis, well, how high must the sun appear to me in Minneapolis? Well, we can do that same math here because it's 45 degrees from where I am to the North Pole, right? So we've got 45 there. And then it's from the North Pole all the way down to the equator is how far? How many degrees of latitude?
3105.
90.
90. Damn.
North Pole is 90 degrees north, and the equator is 0 degrees. Okay, so all right, so we've got 135 degrees, right?
Okay.
And so how many miles is that?
You asking me? I don't know.
Well, you can tell me the thing. It's that times 69, right? A lot of people like that number for some reason.
69, yeah.
Yeah. Giving us 9315 miles. Right? So now that's this distance here. 9315 miles. All right? And we know the height.
Okay.
So that gives us another triangle.
Okay. It's a lot of triangles
9315.
going on.
I
here.
know.
Yeah.
And then this height is the same. It's still 3105.
Wooly woo goo shake out the schwa. What did they say? Wooly woo woo goo. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. Hmm?
Did you just have a stroke?
No, I was trying to say wooly woo. What is it called? Menage à trois. Menage à... Isn't it called when you have a triangle thing? Anyways, I did a Biden. Yeah. Anyways.
All right. So now we can solve that triangle. And we can
Okay.
figure out the mandatory for flat Earth elevation, angular elevation of the sun above the horizon for the middle of the night.
But okay, MacToon, like the
Hold on.
flat earthers, though, to their defense, they haven't
they-
figured everything out.
They haven't figured
I know.
anything out. That's the
I
problem.
mean, they
Not
have figured
one
some
thing.
stuff.
They have not figured one thing out. There is like absolutely zero things. But
I mean,
but
it's a work in progress. They're
It's-
trying to
it's-
figure shit out.
It's a work that's never moved forward from the beginning. It's at zero. It's still at the starting point, even though Rowbottom started in 1849, published his first book. He's made
isn't
zero
it-
advancements. Zero.
Isn't it funny, though, how Candace Owens, very smart lady, she is now going into flat earth.
She's
and-
not a flat earther.
I have a video right here.
I saw that video. She's not a flat earther.
She's not, but she's going into it.
She
look-
she looked at it, but she's no good at geometry.
She's looking, though.
Is
And
she
Mike
any good at-
Tyson as well.
Well, Mike Tyson
know.
is he's a professional get hit in the head guy.
I know, but he's
so-
kind of smart
so-
still.
No, he's not.
He's kind of smart.
Calling Mike Tyson smart is not gonna make you look good.
Yeah, you know I don't care. I already look very bad, man. But
Okay.
okay,
So,
okay, you got
hold
me
on,
on
hold
this. Okay.
yeah.
Huh?
Let's get this. We got what's that angle? How are you gonna figure that out?
I'm not.
How am I gonna figure that out?
Fuck, I don't know. It's gonna be hard.
Did you seriously did you do they cover that in solving triangles in school?
They probably did, but I must have forgotten that. Huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you certainly did. Okay, so
But okay.
all you need to do is Google right triangle calculator. That's what I just did. All right.
okay.
The angle there, angle A, 18.4.
Hey, were you good in school? Like you were probably very good in school, right?
I enjoyed math and science.
Yeah, I can see that.
All right. So
We're
there we have.
completely opposite there. Yeah.
Yep. All right. So here we have 18.4 degrees. So that means that for here, this angle right here has to be 18.4. Right here. That means the sun must not set. And not only must it not set, it must be well above the horizon at that time. So any claims of it's going through, it's too far, it's going through too much atmosphere, those don't work because, this is important, because it never gets close to the horizon according to Flat Earth. Because on that day, it even 12 hours away from local solar noon. The absolute lowest that the sun could ever get is 18.4 degrees angular elevation above eye level, or the true level, depending on how you want to use the words. So it could not get near the horizon and then get blocked by the horizon as the sun sets. And you can see that if you're on the west coast of a body of water as that happens.
Okay, but I got this video too, though. Another time lapse thing. But this one.
Hold on.
Okay.
Now, if well, let's see. Where is this? This is in Norway. All right, hold on.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're gonna analyze it.
Midsummer
We're
night.
gonna
sun.
do a real analysis of it. So here we are.
Yeah.
We've got, what's the name of this? P-O-R-S.
Porsanger Fjord. Porsanger Fjord. Porsanger Fjord.
Okay. This is July 11.
Yeah.
Okay.
6-hour time lapse. Midsummer night sun.
Okay. All right, hold on. I'm gonna put it up so that people can see you. Hold on, just a second.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Let me take away the music, whatever. So this time lapse is different from the other one, where it looks like it went like a triangle. In this one, is that the full screen? Let me see. Looks like it. Let me see. Yeah, this is like. This almost looks like it's going on a slight circular path when it goes to the middle now. Compared to the other one where the guy or the camera was like, he was under the sun. This is like further away, but in the middle there, it looked like it kind of went a little circular. I don't know. I don't know what. I don't know why. Is it because this is at that time of the year, like in July, midsummer, or I don't know what? Because why is this different from the other one that I showed you with that I called like what I call a pyramid? This one.
Why is it different? Well, where is it? I looked up the latitude.
This one is Ibiza, shot over 16 hours during the height of summer on the island of Ibiza. This was the 5th and final attempt to get a perfect shot, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all it says.
So,
hold on. Shooting in 38 plus, no, never mind. 38 plus degrees. That's, yeah, I don't know.
It's 30.8 degrees longitude.
Maybe that's what it was.
So
I thought it was. Yeah.
No, I think they're probably talking about the temperature.
Yeah.
So
okay, but okay, never mind this one. I don't know.
No, that's a great one. Let's look at the globe prediction for that, and then we'll look at the flat Earth prediction for that. So give me a second here. I need to set this up. All right. So there's the prediction. I'll share this to you. Let's see. What are you looking at right now? You're looking at. Okay. All right. So here is that location there. Right there on it's in the northern part there of Norway. Right? Okay, so that's where it is on the globe. And so there's the sun. So this, you can see this here. This is the prediction for it. So I'll animate the sun. You can see the sun moving around there. So it predicts that oh, I didn't put the date in. Just a second. Date. Yep. All right. So there you go. This will go between July 11 and July 12. There it is. Right, the sun should never set from that location, according to the globe. See that? You can still see it. It's low on the horizon, but you can still see it. I think the only thing that's possible on flat Earth is that you will always see the sun. So you would not just see it north of the Arctic Circle and only on certain days. You would have to see it on every day. The sun could never set. Now here's the problem. All right, I'll pause this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the date 6 months ahead to what July. It's going to be January 11. So there's January 11. And on January 11, what are they going to see there? They're not going to see much of the sun, are they? Because it's tipped away. You see that? They wouldn't see it. Because it's inside the Arctic Circle. So right near the solstice, they don't see it at all. Now this is moving forward a day at a time. We're at the 13th. So eventually the sun will be visible from there. Right? We can zoom in on it. There you go. It's just inching up on the horizon. So there you go. So predicts predictions that match observations. Amazing. Now, okay, but because on flat Earth there's nothing between you and the horizon, or sorry, there's nothing between you and the sun. Even on January, even on December, you have to see the sun.
Well, aren't they saying though that in wintertime the sun is way further away, and that's why it's not reaching completely to your area? It's because it does. Yeah.
There's no physics to explain why. We already went over why is it that you can't see the sun, but you can see the stars on flat Earth. Doesn't make sense. You didn't have an answer. You just had kind of a guess.
Yeah,
right?
I'm a guesser, man. I'm a guesser.
Okay. So now, all right. Let's go back to this. You said, all right, can people hear you? There was a little bit of
Oh, really?
I didn't hear you for a minute. Just when I was talking, I think, for the most part. So, sorry about that. Anyway, so here's the challenge. You said what you would accept is curve, right? Not fisheye, not CGI, and not fake, and you want video.
Yeah, but yes.
Okay. So how are you going to analyze it and not just say fake if you don't like it?
That's a good question. It's a valid question.
Right, because it's not right for you to move the goalpost.
No,
if you don't like it, right? It's obvious. Yeah. It's obvious if you do that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. But hold on, before we go there, I want to go back to the there is no curve at all thing before we go to where you're going.
Okay.
Like this picture that I have here. You know what I mean? This one. All circles are really just a point from the center to a certain spot. That's all it is. So everything is really just straight lines, isn't it? Like you see here, a circle is just a bunch of straight lines from a center point. I mean, I'm saying that's why I think it's a simulation. There is no, everything is like ones and zeros.
I mean, you're showing a curve right there on screen, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but okay. Hold on. Let me just pull this up here. Let me erase this. Now it's drawing time from my end again. Okay? So this is the
Okay.
center point. I'm gonna create a oh no, let me do it like this. Let me just draw a circle. Drawing a circle. But what a circle really is a bunch of straight lines that I won't do it super detailed, but you know, you get the point that it's a bunch of straight lines that creates the, what do you say, circumference of the circle. It's all made out of straight lines. That's all it is. So therefore, there is no real curve. It's just illusion. What do you say to this, Mactoon?
If only you had taken calculus.
No, but you what? You do understand what I'm trying to say, though, that it's just a bunch of straight lines that creates the curve.
Yeah.
Like
so,
my elbow.
Yeah, you've got epsilon and delta neighborhood.
I don't know what that means, but
If you had taken calc in the calc class I took in high school, you'd get it.
yeah,
But,
I would fall asleep.
But Matt and I enjoyed making comics about that. He took my Matt. I sat next to Matt, and he took my the manual for my calculator, and in the back pages of the calculator had some kind of blank pages, and so he drew. And I wish I still had this. He drew a comic book in the back of my manual for my calculator, based on what we were learning in calculus about epsilon and delta neighborhood. And so we had characters epsilon, right? And then epsilon is the Avengers of Epsilon, and he's going into some neighborhoods. And what neighborhood was he going into? Delta neighborhood.
It sounds like a Transformers name.
It was
Epsilon.
It was amazing.
Megatron.
Anyway, so the point, so in calculus, what you do is you take, like you did here, you take a curve. You take a curve and you separate them into infinitesimally small portions and then treat them as a straight line. That's what you do in calculus. And then you can actually do the analysis of it. That's I mean, Newton invented it. Others did simultaneously, but you can treat it as an infinite number of straight lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, if in a certain way. My dog is
Bothering you.
well, he was wanting some attention. What do you want, puppy? What do you want? Is Timmy trapped in the well?
And also, Mactoon, what would you call a straight line? Like,
I don't know. Let me just be really creative. Let's call it a straight line.
no, but isn't it like two points, A and B, and then you fill in the rest? Like,
Well, yeah. The formal definition within geometry of a two points forming the straight line, and then
yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be squares, like, if you zoom into that shit, like we talked about before, with the pixels and all that shit?
Nope.
Well,
But okay.
yeah, I mean, I still hold on to that. You know what I mean? I'm not religious. I'm just saying this is a virtual reality and everything.
That's a religious position, dude.
It's not. What's religious about it?
The blind faith in it.
There is no blind faith. There is. I can actually compare it to video games. You know,
but claiming that reality is a video game requires a leap of faith.
Okay, hold on.
So-
What do they say with the eye vision? Like your eyes are taking in the light or whatever, and then it goes to the back of your brain, and from inside of your back of your brain, you are actually displayed like you're seeing reality inside of your skull, at the back of your brain. Isn't that what they're saying?
No, it's not projecting through your eyeball onto a screen on the back of your brain.
No, but it's going through like signals and, you know, neurons, and then decoded at the back of your brain.
Why back of your brain? What?
I've learned that in school, man.
I have no idea offhand where your visual perception is processed in your brain.
Well, it's not in the
it's,
eyes.
Maybe it's the back of the brain, but for some reason I think it's maybe not the back of the brain. But I don't know. Maybe somebody in the chat can.
Yeah, but it's not in the eyes, because that's what I was taught in school.
What?
Actually, when I was actually in there, I was taught that it's not in your eyes that you're watching everything. It goes through your eyes, and then it gets like through the neurons, and it gets decoded by something in your brain, and then you see it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I've got Real Signet says visual cortex is in the back. There it is. So we've got Stringers one says that too. So okay, there you go. It's processed in the back.
I got 1 point.
Yep. You can have that point.
Yeah, so okay, hold on to that though. Hold on to that. You know how weird that is though, because you think you see an external reality, right? With your eyes, right? but science, this is science saying this, McDoon. This same external reality is still inside of your head, which is a weird thing. Where also there is no light inside of your skull, which is also weird. How can we see colors and light inside of a dark skull
because
somewhere?
we're receiving that information through our eyeball.
Yeah,
Oh my
but
gosh.
yeah, but that external reality that you're experiencing, and the external reality you think is external, is actually inside of your head.
Yeah, we don't actually live in the Matrix. You're not actually Neo.
That is Neo shit. But anyways, I know you don't want to talk about that shit, but that's why I think it's a program. It's all decoded.
Yeah,
it's all a bunch of coding.
Yeah, remember I'm wearing the everything is a simulation beret to humor you, and within that simulation, Earth is still a globe.
Yeah, I mean, no, you know why? I think it would be way easier if everything was a plane, because all simulations are built that way.
No, they're not. They're not all built that way.
All video games.
Microsoft Flight Simulator is not a plane.
Well, okay, there might be that.
It's a globe.
Yeah, there might be some exceptions, like Super Mario Galaxy. There's another game where he's running on a planet. But that's very few exceptions. The rest are all planes.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
All of them.
It doesn't matter. Just because even if all of them were, it doesn't matter, because it doesn't change the simulation beret is on. It doesn't change this simulation just because other simulations are a particular way. This simulation presents itself as a sphere. The Earth is a sphere. And there's no contradictory evidence to it.
Okay, you don't think the rulers would lie about that though to us? The
rulers? What rulers?
The rulers. You don't believe we have rulers, McDo? Come on.
I have a ruler right here.
Yeah, a living ruler.
So if there is no evidence for the Earth being the universe or whatever being a simulation, the rulers don't have any better idea than you do about the Earth, the true nature of the Earth. It doesn't make any difference.
I think they do.
What? Why? There's your faith again. That's just belief. You don't have evidence that they do. You want them to. You said you think they do. You're convinced that they do, but there's no evidence. That is religion. Okay.
Aren't we going towards more controlled, like a controlled society? Is it getting more free, or is it getting more controlled?
It doesn't have anything to do with any particular people's understanding of secret knowledge that you think you have and you think they know. That doesn't change it. Whether or not we're going toward more control or less control doesn't change anything.
But it does, though.
If we were more controlled, there would be no flat earthers, because they would be controlled out of existence.
Well, they did try to do that in Congress.
No, they didn't.
You know that?
No.
In 2018.
I know what they did in 2018. They tried to do some things. They're like, what are you doing? Why are you letting this happen? And then
Yeah.
the tech companies are like, oh, well, it's free speech, so we're going to do what we want. But we get your point, and
gonna suppress
advertisers were unpleased as well. And I got to say, if I was the decision maker, hey, don't chew on that. He's trying to chew on my
Foam.
sound foam. What are you doing,
That sucks.
you silly dog?
That sucks.
Well,
that sucks.
He didn't get anything. Okay.
So you would do the same, you were about to say, or something like that.
I don't know.
Yeah, to please the advertisers.
If I were an advertiser, I would say, look, I don't want my advertisements going in front of things that I don't like. Right.
But what is that though? I never got that. Truly, I never got that with advertising stuff, because if you're Coca-Cola, who cares what was shown before your ad came?
Coca-Cola does. Yeah, the Coca-Cola cares.
But why? Because you would have to be one kind of a stupid to associate whatever the hell was played before the Coke ad came.
So what you're saying is that people would have to be stupid?
I know where you're going.
People
But really, would you associate Coca-Cola to whatever that was played before it came on? Why would you do that?
Why would
you associate Coca-Cola to, let's say, flat Earth? Let's say flat Earth was playing, and then an ad of Coca-Cola started to play, and then it went back to flat Earth. Why would anybody associate Coca-Cola to flat Earth because of that? That's stupid. It has nothing to do with
it. It is, and people are stupid. All right, hold on. The dog wants to get out.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think that's weird. But anyways, I don't know if you hear me, but
I hear you. My dog.
Yeah.
I see. I'm sitting there. Look at this. While I'm sitting there, dog chewed up the corner of the book.
What was that? A flat Earth book?
Yeah, it's History of an Infamous Idea, Flat Earth by Christine Garwood. Now it's a collector's edition that's got dog chewing on it.
Oh shit. Okay, what about this one? Have you seen this?
Oh my goodness. Okay. It's going to be genius.
Have you seen? Yeah, I know. This is like from the 60s. Hold on. This is oh, the screen is too big. Hold on. Anyways, you see it.
Yep. What about it?
He is doing whatever he's doing on a flat Earth plane map or whatever.
It's called an azimuthal equidistant projection from the globe. So the fact that people use map projections is not proof of the Earth being flat. You would need to have something that works. For example, you see Australia in that? Australia in that is drastically out of proportion. The size and shape of Australia is known. It's been surveyed. The distance across it, the distance from north to south, is known. And that doesn't match. So it's just a projection. Same thing happens with the Mercator projection. It makes Greenland look too big.
Yeah, but why is he not using the regular map?
What is the regular map?
Everything flat line, like if I go to Google.
You made it a Mercator style projection?
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know why. We didn't. You have no context in there, and certainly that
like
meme,
this one.
It's a Mercator style. Certainly the people that made that meme on TikTok didn't include enough context to understand why they're using a AE projection instead of a Mercator projection.
Okay.
So don't know why, but it's still a projection from the globe.
What do you think about this, though? This is apparently, what is it? The Boeing Starliner on its way, and watch a safety window pop off from it. And this is, I don't know, the top of the rocket. I don't know, spaceship, whatever.
Yeah, it's.
And you can see the window is just.
That wasn't the window, though.
What is it then?
There's a thing over the window. Seriously.
I don't know. It looks like it, but who knows? But that's some shitty ass
Did you
build.
look right there? Right, that's a great pause right there. You can see the edge of the tape around it. Yeah, they take it off before launch. Anyway,
Okay.
it's just a protective film.
Okay.
Jeez.
Maybe you're right.
Seriously, is that the kind of stuff that convinces you? I mean, if this is something that you actually look at and say, "Oh, that's good evidence," then you have a very low standard of evidence, and if I show you something, you're going to need to apply that same very low standard of evidence.
No, I mean,
Right?
I'm just bringing up stuff for you because you're good at, I give you credit. You're very good at just, off the cuff, throw your stuff out there. Yeah, very good. So I'm just providing you, stuff to, dismiss, or, I mean, you're probably going to dismiss all of it, but so what about this?
I'm not dismissing it. There is a really good explanation for it. That's not a dismissal. Yeah. A dismissal is just saying, nuh-uh.
Okay, yeah, I get it. What do you think about this one? What this guy says? For this one, I will have to share it like that.
Do you believe the Earth is flat? I know the Earth is flat. Seriously? Astrology and flat Earth.
You hear this, right?
Yeah. I challenged that idiot to debate. He ran screaming like a little baby.
Oh, this guy.
Yeah, he's a chicken.
I don't know who he is. Yeah. Listen, I agree. If somebody don't debate, they are a chicken. I agree with that. But you can say the same thing though to Neil deGrasse Tyson, because he bailed out on a debate with a flat earther too.
He never accepted a debate with a flat earther.
Exactly.
So don't lie saying that he bailed out of a debate. He didn't ever accept the debate.
But why wouldn't he accept it if he sits on the truth?
Why wouldn't he accept it?
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
I would destroy, like if I was sitting on the truth, I would want to destroy a flat earther. You know what I mean? Because this makes me look bad if I don't accept it or whatever.
A lot of people, they say they don't debate whatever they say, reality or whatever. And so I would say if anybody ever is like, well, let's do a debate, but I'm not into it, but I don't want to give credibility to it. But okay, we'll do it. Step 1, you need to bring a map with accurate distances. And if you can't, then there's no debate to be had. Right?
Well,
no flat earther has ever brought a map that has accurate distances.
Well, I mean, the other side, the globe side, could do what you're doing and just bring evidence for the globe and just leave it at that and let the audience, take it how it is. Like, why do the flat earther need to bring all of the evidence? Why can't the globers just?
Because the reason why is because there's 2,500 years of evidence at your disposal to go get and look at. And so you are as a flat earther standing against that. So you have to, number one, address all of that evidence that's already there. And then you have to provide all replacements for it. But the reality is that there are planes that are flying every day, hundreds or thousands of flights every day, and all of them use the globe for navigation. Every one of them, no exception, uses the globe for navigation. And you can't do a flight if you don't know the distance between the starting point and the ending point, so that you know how much fuel you need. So and how do they determine how long it is? They use the globe. They use the Haversine formula, which is a globe-based trigonometric formula to determine the distance between the start and the destination. So that's their baseline for how much fuel they're going to need. Then they do a bunch of other things. You need to have spare fuel and things like that.
Yeah, but so could you then, I don't know, debunk? Because I got a video there that shows that some of the, flight destinations or whatever doesn't make sense on a globe,
No, you
but
don't.
it does.
You have a video of things showing that it doesn't make sense to you, right? And if it's from Effie Banjo, he's seriously mentally handicapped. And I'll just demolish that. But let's hear what this guy has to say.
Yeah, I don't know who the banjo guy is, but anyways.
Do you believe the Earth is flat? I know the Earth is flat. Seriously? Astrology and flat Earth or true Earth are symbiotic. You cannot have one without the other. If you have a ball and you are spinning, flying through space, chasing this fireball, your constellations will
Pause
change.
for a second.
Yeah.
He's already off to a bad start. He said chasing this fireball. The Earth is not chasing the sun. The Earth is orbiting around the sun. So there's no chase. So just like if you're on an airplane and right, you're not chasing the nose of the airplane when you're sitting in your seat. You're moving
he's incorrect there. Yeah.
You're moving with the airplane. Okay, keep going.
Yeah. You're right. He's incorrect in what he said there. Yeah.
Okay.
Chasing this fireball, your constellations would change every now and then. And our constellations have never changed. The stars have never changed. We have this.
Right, he just lied. The stars do change. They change regularly. If you're going to do celestial navigation, you need to get a new nautical almanac every year because the stars move. And for accuracy, you want to have the most recent copy of it so you know where the stars are in relation to each other. So we have centuries of documentation of the stars moving. All of them moving in relation to the Earth, because there's both the precession of the equinoxes plus stars have proper motion, which would be motion relative to other stars. So all of them do move. So he's just lying there, probably out of his ignorance, because this guy is deeply ignorant.
So are you saying at the North Pole, when you see these videos of those stars spinning or whatever, and then on the South Pole, the stars that are spinning over there, are you saying that those are two different types of, like those are different stars altogether?
Of course they are. Yeah, the stars that are orbiting the South Celestial Pole and the stars orbiting the North Celestial Pole are dramatically different stars. There's no same stars. They have different names, they have different brightnesses, they have different positions. Nothing of them is the same. I've actually heard flat earthers claim that somehow the South Celestial Pole stars are some sort of a mirror copy of the North Celestial Pole stars, the ones circumpolar, which is absolutely ridiculous. There's nothing.
So, but can you see? I think I read that you can see some of the stars, or a lot of the stars that you see on the North Pole from the South Pole, but not all of them. But you can see a bunch of them.
Well, it depends where you are. So if you are at, say, 20 degrees north latitude, you can see some of the stars of the southern constellation Crux, right? The Southern Cross. You can see some of them.
Yeah.
Right? But you can't when you're at 45 degrees north latitude, where I am. I can't see any of that constellation.
Okay.
So that's not about the movement of the constellations, right? He claimed incorrectly that the stars never move, and that's simply false.
Okay.
Changed. The stars have never changed. We have the same 12 zodiac signs that we had back in the Dendera stones in Egypt over 5,000 years ago. We're not moving. Every single ancient society knew this. The Mayans, the Aztecs, the Hindus, the Egyptians, every single ancient culture knew
Pause that
this.
for a second. So just because a group of people thought something, does it make it true? Because Vince, every single society today thinks that the Earth is moving. So is that evidence? Do you accept that?
Nah, no, I don't accept it.
Okay. So your standard of evidence is good there. So you're rejecting his claims there too, right? You should be, to be consistent. You need to be honest, right?
Yeah.
You can't have a different standard of evidence for things you agree with and things you don't agree with. You have to have the same standard of evidence.
Yeah, but I don't think we are moving like the planet.
I know you don't think that,
Yeah.
But I'm just
yeah.
I'm just asking about his particular claim where he said all the ancient cultures, he listed several of them, thought
Yeah.
that the earth was flat. All of the
Yeah.
modern cultures think that the earth is not flat. It's
Yeah.
the same argument. Which one is the correct argument? The answer is neither. It's an appeal to popularity. It's a fallacy. Right? The other thing is, he does not agree with those ancient cultures because those ancient cultures thought that the sun went under the earth at nighttime.
Oh,
Right?
okay. Yeah.
Right? If you look at
I don't
Greek,
believe that.
look at Greek.
Yeah.
It goes into the ocean or something, and then it rides a chariot in through the underworld.
Yeah.
Right? The Book of Enoch says that the sun goes into a portal. That's what nighttime is, when the sun is inside a portal, when you can't see it. So they thought that nighttime was nighttime for the entire earth at the same time, right? Because they didn't have cell phones. They couldn't FaceTime their buddy on a different portion of the earth to say, oh, it's summer. It's sun up is for you now. It's sundown for us here now. How is that possible? They didn't have that.
But hey, I think the Mayans had something right when they said in 2012 the Earth was gonna end. I think something did happen.
How many years ago was that? 12 years ago. It turns out they were wrong. Turns out for the most part, people that thought the Mayans thought that were wrong.
No. I think people thought it was gonna end like in a physical way, but I think it ended in a non-physical way, and we shifted into a weird world with, with all the smartphones taking over and all that stuff. Because that did happen during 2011, 12-ish.
What did?
When the smartphones came in, it changed society and the world. And so the old world kind of died out on that point.
Radio did the same thing. TV did the same thing.
Yeah, but not to this extent.
Telegraph did the same thing.
Yeah, but not to this extent where we are, we don't speak anymore regularly like we used to do back in the old world. Like, we don't speak to each other. We're, into the phones, and it has changed us in a certain way.
Well, whatever. That didn't happen.
You know it, back to you know that. Yeah, anyway.
I know that it didn't. But all right, keep playing this derpling here.
Aztecs, Hindus, the Egyptians, every single ancient culture knew that we live in a geocentric universe, not a heliocentric, where we are spinning, chasing this ball of fire while
again chasing, yes.
Yeah.
all of these other planets are rotating around us, while all of these other stars are rotating around us. If that was the case, Polaris would move, number one, which is the North Star.
It does.
It doesn't. Number two,
It does.
It does. When
Polaris is moving.
When we're done with
okay.
this video, I'll pull up the measurements.
Okay.
all of the constellations would not rotate solely around Polaris, but
They
do.
don't.
They're
Pause that for a
unique.
second. They also rotate around the South Celestial Pole. So he's wrong there.
Yeah,
again.
but the
Every
other-
single thing
yeah.
this idiot says is wrong. Everything. And it's probably a good idea that he never debated me, because I would have torn him a new one with all of the
I think he
idiocy
should
that
have.
he has.
I think he should have done it.
I would have loved to, but no, he's a chicken.
You should call him up more on that. In that case, yeah.
Yep.
We
All right.
are the center of the universe. Believing in the Big Bang Theory is something that is very common today, where people think, we're the product of an accident, and that, we don't have a creator. We're just here to consume and live our best life and not live up to our potential. But if you're the center of the universe,
All right, hold
that
on a
means that
second.
you're very special.
The the people that initially came forward with the ideas that eventually turned into the Big Bang Theory, right? The guy was a Catholic. He was not an atheist.
Yeah, religious guy.
Yeah. So there's no shortage of people of religion that,
Well,
that
I am
accept that-
against religion.
It's fine, but the point is that there's no shortage of people that do believe in a creator that also accept the Big Bang. So
Well, I have the thought that there might be that Satan might be behind religion in a master deception kind of a thing going on there.
okay.
But you're like,
So certainly,
idiot, Satan belongs to religion. Yeah.
certainly a lot of religions say all other religions are due to that guy. So,
Yeah.
right.
That
Not
means
the
that you
point.
have a creator who is very conscious and cares about you. And when you see yourself as being watched by these heavenly bodies above you 24/7, you start to take your life a little bit more seriously.
Yeah. All right. That guy's an idiot. All right. All right. Stop. You want to stop
Okay, let me-
sharing yours?
Yeah.
All right. Hold on. I need to get the right. I figured out that if you are not on screen, then your audio doesn't come with. So I don't. want to-
Really?
Yeah. So I need to
Okay.
get the correct scene that has you on screen with it.
Hmm.
So, all right. I got it. I got it here. I gotta.
Okay, I will
Just a second.
say testing, yeah, if it's necessary. Testing.
Yeah. I think I'll figure it out, but
You mean the scene on OBS, right? Like there is
Yeah.
a certain, yeah.
all right.
Maybe it's an audio source that needs to be
Yes, it seems that
included.
well, it's because it's the doubling. So it seems that for something that happened in OBS that caused the
Doubling.
the scene, the video to bring the audio with it. That's why there's the doubling. So
Okay.
all right. Here is. All right, so give us a test. Can people hear? All right. See if they can. Do you hear him? So, all right, here is, I'll be looking for that. mc2.net/Polaris is measurements of, oh, they don't hear you. They'd say, hold on a second. All right, talk again.
Testing.
All right.
Testing.
Now maybe it's doubled. We'll find out. All right, here's measurements of Polaris from the 2017 Nautical Almanac. It's
Okay.
Polaris is at 89 degrees and 20.3 minutes. In the almanac, that's the one on the left here. At 19.
Are you showing something right now? Because I'm not seeing anything.
Oh, all right. I gotta share it to you too. All right, hold on. Now this might mess it up again.
Oh shit.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
that probably
now.
will. Oh, now. All right. Can they hear you?
Testing.
Well, you don't need to say it so many times. All right. So, all right. The middle one here. So the left one is 2017. The middle one is 1900. The right one is 1850.
Okay.
And I'll show you the 1900 one. So you can hear. See here is the.
Yeah. You're trying to zoom in, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
Anyway, I'm not going to zoom in, but there you go. There's the 1850, and here's the 2017. They're all linked on there. You can download the original PDFs, but you can see in 1850 it was at 88 degrees and 30 minutes, so about 1.5 degrees from the center of rotation. And then by 50 years later, it had moved 1/4 of a degree closer. And now here we are in 2017. It's at 2/3 of a degree from the center of rotation. And you can download them there, mc2.net/Polaris. And then we can go farther back. We've got the Henry Draper catalog has measurements of it. And we've got Tycho Brahe in 1572 measured it. And also we've got another one here by Strauch, a professor of theology at Danzig University, and from 1659. So again, measurements of the location of Polaris has moved over time. So when he said that the stars haven't moved, he's wrong. And they don't move a lot, they move a little, which is predicted by the globe. And the reason why they don't move a lot is because we are moving through space around the galaxy at the same rate, approximately, as the other stars are moving around the galaxy. So if you're
But can you go back up? Uh-huh.
Let's just finish. If you're on a freeway.
Huh?
Oh, and yes, Danzig University is the most metal university on the globe, because of Danzig. So
Yeah, the
okay.
map. Yeah, there.
Yep.
So the degrees between 1850 and 1900s, it's the same, right? 88 degrees.
Yeah.
88 degrees.
But minutes, right here. So 88 degrees, 30 minutes. Do you know what minutes are?
I mean,
talking
time.
No, when you're talking angular measurements, do you know what minutes are?
Okay. No.
Sorry. So there's 60 minutes in a degree.
Okay.
And this one here at the end, this little double quote, that's seconds. How many seconds do you think are in a minute?
In one of those minutes,
Yeah,
I'm just gonna say 60.
that's right.
Yeah, but that's because
It
it's
is.
60 seconds in a minute. But
So all right, so 88 degrees, 30 minutes. So and there's 60, so it's about a half, right? So 88.5.
yeah, but so why in 50 years it increases with 16 minutes? That's a weird. It's not even. Like it's 50 years between them, but then it increases with 16 minutes or whatever that is.
So the speed varies over time. So here in 1850, it says here's the measurement with an annual movement of 19.27 degrees. So
And then it slowed down.
It moves, yep. And then in 1900, it had an annual movement of 18.762 seconds per
So why
year.
would it slow down? all of a
Because
sudden?
it's a sine cosine pattern. Because of the precession of the equinox.
Okay, so in 2017, like 117 years later, it changed 1 degree, and then
Not a whole degree. It went from 88 and 3/4
okay
to 89 and 1/3.
20.
So like 89.3. So it went from
Yeah, but
88.75, right? And I'm just doing this in my head, to 89.3.
okay.
So,
Okay, maybe it makes sense. I don't know.
yeah. So the amount is correct according to this movement here, and the almanac lists its annual movement on those old ones. This 2017 almanac didn't, and I didn't go look it up. You can look up the movement if you want. So it does move. So he was just wrong.
He was wrong.
Okay, are you ready? Are you ready for the thing you said you wanted?
Yeah.
What did you say you wanted?
Proof of the curve.
Okay, and you want video. That's not fisheye, not CGI,
Yeah.
not fake.
Yeah, let's look at it.
And so what is? I just want to be clear here. If it's a simulation, then the simulation is of a globe. So you can't just go, oh, it's a simulation, right? Because all you do is admit that the simulation is a globe, and I've still got my beret on.
Yeah.
That everything is a
The
simulation.
virtual reality,
Didn't. It's easy to put this beret on because it doesn't actually change anything, right? All if everything is simulated, then the entire Earth is still a simulation, and it's a globe in the simulation. So okay. So here is right here. This is a still from a video, and I'll play the video in a second here. But here is the still, so we can have a look at it here. And this is curved. Now, a couple things here. This is through these lines that you're looking at here. This isn't CGI on it. This is the HUD on an airplane. So this is taken from a Bombardier airplane. I think it's the 6000 or 6500 Global Express.
Hold on, is this like in the pilot seat or whatever?
Yes, this is the pilot seat.
Yeah, because it looks like a fucking military plane. Like
No, it's a regular passenger plane. It's a high-end private jet.
Okay.
Right? And you can see there that it's at 46,000 feet on the upper right of the little display thing there, 46000. You see that?
Yeah.
So that's the elevation. So a commercial plane is usually 35,000. So this is 11,000 feet higher.
Okay.
The bar across the middle there is approximately eye level. So you can see that that the horizon did not rise to eye level, and this particular bar is not affected by turning, right? So if you turn and the vector of the downward vector changes because of centrifugal acceleration, it doesn't change where it goes. It accounts for that. So, and they're not obviously not banking at this moment, because you'd see the horizon being turned, right?
Okay.
Okay, so that's the curve there. Do you agree that you see a curve?
I see to the left, I see some curve, and to the right, I see some curve, but then it goes up a little bit to the right, as if there would be a small kind of a mountain, silhouette of a mountain or something.
Yeah, well,
Because it's not curved like evenly, because on the right, it's going up a little bit.
yeah, the curve reduces a little bit as on the edge of the frame there. Okay, so that's not a mountain, because they are south of Australia flying west. So what's south of Australia?
South of Australia,
Yeah,
on the globe.
in reality.
Isn't it the South Pole?
Well, that's one of the things that's south of it, but don't go that far south. What if you're not that far south? There's a
I don't know. You tell me.
there's a big body of water there.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's the ocean. So the entire
Yes.
horizon is the ocean. That's water.
Yes,
Okay, so it's a curve. We see the curve.
but it's
So-
not
so-
a
so
you know.
Hold on. So now maybe it's fisheye. Well, if it's fisheye, then above the center of frame it will be exaggerated, or barrel distortion. It will be exaggerated more. Well, that's about it's the same amount. So he tipped the camera down to put the horizon at the top of the frame, and it did not exaggerate it. And of course, he did the same thing for the bottom of the frame. So you can see there at the bottom of the frame. So if it was barrel distortion, then when you put the camera at the bottom of the frame, it reverses. You see this big upward curve. We don't see that. We see the same direction of the curve, right? Okay, now we don't know. Maybe something else is at play, but we know it's not the lens on the camera, right? And I'll play the video.
Okay.
All right, I'll play the video so you can see. Where is it at? All right, so this is the video taken from the cockpit there. So flying west over water with clear skies, right? There's no clouds or anything. Now it angles down, and you can see the cockpit. So pilots see this and they know what's going on. They see the waypoint that they're headed for. They know the direction they're going. He's going 279, I think, is the heading. Right? And he's angling it up and down, so you can see that the shape of the curve isn't changing due to the barrel distortion or anything. Okay.
But I mean, okay, take it back a little bit, but because I'm still stuck on the thing that on the right it goes flat. You see on the right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. What do you?
It should be keep
Yeah. Now,
keep curving.
Yeah. So what do you think is going on there? Do you think that little bit of something there is making the Earth flat? Do you
Well,
think
I mean,
that is
I don't
that
know.
little bit? I want you. I just want to be consistent on your
Yeah.
standard, right?
I
Is
would want
that
him to-
is that evidence for flat? Is that
No,
evidence
but-
for fakery? Is that evidence of CGI? Is that evidence of fisheye?
No. I'm
Okay.
just saying if it has a consistent curve, which I assume Globers are saying,
Yeah.
it should keep curving, shouldn't it? It should not be going straight at the end of the frame there. You know what I mean? Like it should keep curving, but since it's not doing that, it gives me, it gives me doubt.
Yeah.
You know? That's all I'm saying.
Right. So
I don't know.
Do you see it here?
Yeah, I see it,
It's not as pronounced there, is it?
but it is pretty straight. Even on the right side too, though.
Well,
Slightly on the right. Yeah.
I was only looking at the right side. That's the side you said.
Oh, I mean left side. Sorry, the left side. Even on the left side, I said. I meant.
The left is definitely curving. The left doesn't.
Well,
have
if you
that
bring it
same
back
effect.
a little bit, if you bring it back slightly,
Okay, hold on.
like right there in that frame, it's looking almost straight. Not now though, because now it's some exposure happening.
Yeah, so you're seeing potentially some lens effects there. It's not a perfect lens, but the lens is not the cause of the curve. It's not a heavy barrel distortion lens, right? It's a rectilinear lens.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not fisheye.
Okay.
To me.
So
Yeah.
now a question. Maybe it's the windscreen.
From the plane.
Yeah, maybe that's what you're seeing, right?
But shouldn't that curve more though?
I don't know. Well, let's test first to see if it's the camera lens. Maybe it's the camera lens. So this is taken with the same camera. There's a straight line, just a straight line in his house or something. It's a cupboard or a drawer or a countertop or something.
Yeah.
Right. And you can see it's not curved here, and he's moving up and down, not curved. Right. So the lens isn't making it dramatically curved. Right. And he's going to move the other direction here. So there you go. So it's not the lens.
Well,
right. And there, of course, there's no perfect lens. So, and this is a consumer device. It's not a, it's not.
It did get a little bit curved, Mactoon. Go back slightly, like a 2 seconds at the end there. Go to the end. Over there, yeah. And play a little bit and then pause when I say. Hold on. What was it when it was going up? No, yeah. No. What the fuck?
Okay, hold on. Went at the top of the screen or bottom of the screen?
I think when it went to the top. Also in the bottom as well, but I think it was clearer to see when it went up to the top. And I think it went there at the end, I believe. Should have been at the end.
Okay.
Yeah. Play it a little bit more. Yeah. Something is happening there. I don't know if he's not holding it in a complete straight line or whatever. But because on the right it goes up a little bit.
Yeah. So what you're seeing a little bit there, and I see it too, is that it's making a little bit of an upward curve on the left and right sides, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
But in the video of the horizon, it was still downward curving. So yeah, I'll grant that there does appear to be some slight distortion, and it's causing the curve to go like a smiley face a little bit at the top of the frame. But in the video, at the top of the frame, when the horizon was at the top of the frame, it still curved down. So it still was curved enough to counter the small amount of curve that this added.
But hold on, Mactoon. The windscreen, maybe that's curving the rest of it.
Got it. Could be the windscreen.
The window.
Could be the window. Well, not only did he test the camera, he tested the window. So what he did for the window is he went to the hangar where the plane was on the ground, and he found in the hangar right here a straight beam and a curved beam. So this beam down the middle is curved. We can see it looking down the long way. We can see that it's curved. And that beam down farther, the more beefy one, the thicker one, that one is straight. And he's going to show in a second here. So this one is definitely, and this one at the bottom is straight, right? So this Middle one is curved, bottom one is straight. He's going to play so we can see as we look down along. I think he's going to play so we can look down along the straight one. Did he do that?
Yeah.
Maybe no. He just has it paused. Okay, so now he's in the cockpit.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So now the beam across the bottom still straight, right?
Yeah.
And the beam across the middle still curved, right?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah. A
So
little bit.
the straight beam is still straight. The curved beam is still curved through the windscreen. So this is on the ground, same cockpit, same airplane.
Yeah, but I would say the difference here though is these materials that he is filming or photographing, they are more what do you say? What is the word I'm looking for? They're more prevalent. What do you say? Like more like if you watch the atmosphere, it's like fuzzy and shit. This shit is like metal, you know.
A nice crisp edge, you're saying, right? Yes, exactly. It's even better then. I like where you're going with this. It's a higher quality test because it doesn't have fuzzy edges to it. Yep, I'm with you.
Okay.
Right? We are testing, we're establishing, answering the question, is the
Yeah.
windscreen causing the curve? And so definitely having a more pronounced edge is helpful. Right? Let's see. All right, here's the video showing the curve of that. So that beam still curved. And then the video showing that the straight edge is straight. And then at the very end, he does a horizontal compression. We'll see that in a second here.
Okay.
Oh, maybe he doesn't. Maybe I missed it.
Mm.
Okay. So anyway, so does the windscreen cause it? No. Straight line still is straight in the windscreen. And we didn't talk about it, but he did change by looking. He moved the camera up higher, so you're looking at a higher portion of the windscreen to see if maybe you're looking through a different area of the windscreen. It somehow changes it, but it doesn't. You see the same thing. It's an expensive aircraft. They work hard to not have distortion in the windscreen.
Okay.
You don't want that. Okay, so we've got definite curve in all three. We've got a lens that does not add that curve. If it does add curve, it adds curve in the other direction, and we still see the curve of the horizon going the correct direction. So now apply the same standard of evidence. What do you have to say?
I mean, I'm not fully convinced. I'm a little bit convinced. Okay. Maybe.
I'll send you.
I won't lie and say I'm convinced. I'm saying, okay, you bring valid points with the camera and the windshield and stuff like that.
I appreciate that.
But I would need to see more. I need to see it zoomed out even more, and without a fish lens.
That's not a fish. That's not a fisheye.
No, I know.
So
But what I would need to see is more than that.
Okay.
Like,
All right.
zoomed out.
So be consistent, because
Yeah, I'm
you
trying.
played that video of that guy, and you thought that guy had valid enough points that you'd brought it
no,
up. Of all the
yeah.
many things that flat earthers bring up, you chose that guy's claims, which is a pretty bunch of crappy garbage, right? If you're
listen.
gonna bring up some potential things for flat Earth, he's on the bottom of the list, I'd have to say.
Oh, listen,
Anyway.
Mactoon. As I said, I'm not saying all of the clips that I'm bringing up is like true, or I'm just bringing it up,
Yeah.
to see, what you say, and if what you say makes sense, So I'm not saying all of the things that I'm bringing up that I actually am standing behind. I'm not saying that.
But I mean, you wanted to come here and bring something good, not something bad.
Well, I'll bring some
Right.
bad, some good, whatever.
All right. Well, you want to see more. Here's more. This is from Santiago Borja Photography. He's a pilot. So here's a photograph he took. This is all on the page that I just sent you. Here's one from, let's see, it's from the cockpit of a plane. The zip file is there. It includes the EXIF information with the GPS location, lat long, and elevation. This one I particularly like. It's the first photograph of the curve of the Earth taken from South Dakota, not far from where I live in Minnesota here.
But hold on, why does it look like pixelated there? If you go down, it looks like a bunch of squares in the picture. If you look to the left, bottom left,
Yeah.
what is that?
You know why?
It's like compilation of like stitched together images. What is that?
This is farmland.
Okay.
These are fields. These are different fields owned by different people with different plants planted in different fields.
Okay.
This is an infrared photograph too, so it's not true.
Yeah, because
color.
it looked like PlayStation 1, you know, when it's like square
but it's
graphics.
But it's fields, right? Farm fields.
Okay.
I have a higher resolution one than what we're looking at right now on the website there. I have this. I actually have the 1936 issue of National Geographic, the photographs from 1935, with this is the centerfold. This is the curvy centerfold of that issue there. So you can see that they added a line in post in the magazine there of just below the horizon on the left. You see where that black line starts at the left there, right next to the horizon. And as I scroll to the right, you can see that the gap is getting bigger. And then we keep going, and then the gap gets smaller, and then the line and the horizon come together.
Okay, but let me throw this though. Could it be something to do with perspective again? Because when everything goes to the middle, you know, like maybe it raises up a little bit that looks like a curve because of how perspective kind of works. And
well, now I want to remind you, you thought before this conversation that seeing the curve of the Earth was something that was useful. And now you're saying, well, maybe the curve of the Earth isn't something useful. You've changed your...
No,
hold on. You've changed what you will accept. Because now you're saying, well, maybe this does match flat Earth, now that I'm confronted with a little bit of a challenge here.
No, I'm just trying to say that maybe, you know, it's not always going to be a flat line in the horizon. Maybe it's going to be a little bit. So you're
throwing out your previously acceptable evidence and replacing it with, well, maybe the flat Earth predicts that same thing. That's what you've done.
No, but to me, I mean, this is not convincing enough to me. I would need somebody.
Vince, I would need that. Vince, it was just 2 hours ago when you said. When I asked what evidence would you accept, you said the curve of the horizon, and this is the curve of the horizon. So now you're rejecting your previously acceptable evidence, and saying, the flat Earth maybe matches this same evidence. So now you're saying it matches both, and there is no evidence that you will accept. A wholly unreasonable position that you won't accept any evidence.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say though is that I think. What I want to see is actual, like when they go to space and they go far enough so that we actually see the ball. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's the most convincing evidence.
Okay, so
that would be the most convincing.
A different evidence. Okay. All right.
I mean, you know, showing the whole ball, so to say, you know, like this. It could go either way for me. This. Yeah. I don't know what's going on here. You know.
All right. I just 549 people watched you in real time change what you would accept as evidence.
No, I just expanded on what I meant.
You changed
No.
That's what you didn't say. You didn't say 2 hours ago. You didn't say you'd want to see the. You know what you just said.
Yeah, I get it.
It's a new criteria, right? I wrote it down. I held up. Remember?
I said curve. Yeah.
I held it up. I
curve.
said, "Show. What will you accept?" You gave me a very specific thing. Okay.
Yeah, I know. I
All
know.
right. So now describe to me what you would accept. Now your new and now try to be complete so that you don't have to amend it later. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I was really saying this, and I said it wrong. What I meant is I want to see the ball in full.
Okay. Well, you can't see an entire sphere because half of it, at
Yeah.
least half of it, is behind the other half of it.
I know.
Right.
I
So you
don't
want
need
to see
the
an
other half.
entire hemisphere.
I just want to see the circumference, whatever you call it. Yeah, I want to see the ball. But
All right.
what do you say about those pilots that say that it's flat? What do you say about?
Let's not change this topic yet. Right. Give me a second here. I'm gonna add you. People want to see you, so I'm gonna add you to the scene here. It might mess with the audio, so we're gonna test again.
Okay, testing.
No, not yet. Hold on.
Okay.
That didn't work. All right. What do I hear birds singing?
Yeah.
What?
I don't got birds, but the window is open. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Window. Zoom. Loading window.
Shit,
Right.
my mic must be high. Yeah.
All right. Okay, now say something.
Testing.
Okay. Do you hear him doubled? All right. So. All right. So did you complete your description of what you will accept?
Yeah. The ball. That's
Okay. And not not fisheye, not CGI, not fake. Will you accept an analog photograph taken with a camera and developed in a dark room?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't know. I have to see. Yeah.
All right. So that's what this is. This is a scan of an analog photograph taken on 3-inch wide film. And so you see the marks on either side there. That's to advance the film within the camera, right? And so this is developed as an entire roll, and then they're not cut into pieces, but the scans are of each individual exposure. That's what we're looking at here.
So are you saying this is like an analog camera from space taking this picture?
Yep, this was taken with an analog camera in space by a human pressing the button on the camera to do the exposure. So you can see here, thumb, small, medium, full, and raw. So you can actually download different versions of it, and if you want to analyze it, you can download the raw, which is a TIFF file, and it's uncompressed, so there won't even be JPEG artifacts in it. I'll pull down the medium one.
Did that say 1,200 megabytes?
Yeah, it's
That's
a
1
rather,
gigabyte.
It's a rather large file.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For an image.
Yes, definitely a large file for an image. So yeah, they're being generous, aren't they?
Well, that's crazy.
Giving the full uncompressed copy of it.
But how can you have such a good resolution in what, 1960?
Well, it wasn't a computer in 1972 when this was taken. It was taken on analog film and then scanned. I think the scan was in the 20 teens, 2000, maybe 2009. But anyway, the scanner that they used is a scanner that's higher resolution than the grains of the individual photograph. So it's a higher resolution than you could get by actually examining the photograph yourself. So that's why they did it. They made sure that it was high enough that it wouldn't That's not it. Come here.
Hmm.
There it is. Okay. All right. So here is the JPEG file. This isn't the uncompressed one, but
Yeah.
all right. So there it is. Taken on analog film. The cool thing is this is housed in a museum in Houston, Texas. So if anybody was interested, they could go and bring a photographic forensic expert with them and analyze the photographs themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
this is not the image of Earth where I've seen somebody say that they've seen duplicate, clouds. This is not that one, right?
there's no duplicate clouds here. No.
Okay.
Yeah. I can give you the link to this.
Okay.
Oh, and there's look at that. There's Antarctica.
Hmm.
So
But why couldn't they film this though?
why couldn't they? This is
Why-
on film.
I mean, film, like video film.
Oh, there is video.
Oh, there is.
Yeah.
Do you have it?
I don't have that handy from
Okay.
for this one.
But there is
and
somewhere.
Yeah, and video in the early 70s isn't nearly as good as a photograph for quality.
Okay.
If you think back to the quality of video cameras versus the quality of photographic cameras, there's a drastic difference then. Today, the quality has come on par.
Hmm.
So, yeah.
Okay, one thing, I mean, maybe this is hard to kind of detect, and it might sound stupid, but I'll say it anyways. Like the clouds and the continents, the depth between them don't seem that deep, if you know what I'm trying to say. Like it all feels like on the same level. Like the continent and the cloud seems like they're on the same. I know you probably can't.
The same approximate elevation.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there is that much depth.
Yeah, they should be at the same approximate elevation, because on the scale of the Earth, where you're looking at from side to side, 12,000 kilometers, right? That's the diameter. At 12,000 kilometers diameter, how much variation is there in height, right? If you're looking at Africa there versus the water, the ocean, what's the variation? A couple kilometers. So you should not see, if you saw some amount of depth, that would be a weird thing. So like if you've ever felt those topographic globes where there's actually some surface features on it,
Yeah.
they're greatly exaggerated. The Earth isn't that smooth,
But I mean,
is much more smooth than that. I mean,
I'm not talking about the continents and the water. I'm talking about the clouds and the continents. It feels like it should be
how
more.
high are the highest clouds?
I don't know. It just feels like it should be a little bit more depth.
Let's not,
maybe you
this
can't.
isn't this feels like, right? This is analyzing it critically.
I feel like a woman. Yeah.
What?
No, I'm just.
What the hell?
I'm just playing on the libtard. Anyways, they feel like a woman. Anyways, I feel like there should be more depth, but maybe it can't detect that.
Yeah,
on a camera.
in reality, there's no prediction that there would be a dramatic depth difference, because the highest clouds are just a few kilometers up, right? In the double digits, right? Double digits of kilometers high, and we're looking at something 12,000 kilometers wide. So it's a big gulf between how much the difference is between the clouds above the surface and the left to right size,
Yeah, I mean, I guess if I saw the video, which, as you said, will have way lesser quality, maybe I could see a little bit something on that, on the video, how it would look like
the quality of the video. So there's like 16 millimeter analog film,
yeah,
and it's not nearly this this high resolution. And this isn't the highest resolution possible.
Yeah.
Like I said, here's
Yeah, it would eat.
here's
It would
zoomed
eat
in.
up all your RAM memory if you pull up that 1 GB.
Dude, I got the RAM. I got the RAM to spare. There
You
Look-
do.
look-
I got 64 gig. Yeah.
There you go. So there's the some of the cloud detail. So you can see as it fades into darkness there on the right side that you get some 3D effect to that if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah,
Right.
slightly. Yeah.
There's Madagascar, South Africa. Can you hold on? Can you see your house? Can you see your house?
Yeah, I wish.
Somewhere there, maybe.
Nah. Yeah, I mean, if this is real, I guess that's some proof right here.
Yeah. So this was taken 1972. So when people talk about the Robert Simmons one from 2002, totally different photo. So and
So what about Admiral Byrd, though? You know that guy that said he saw another continent
he didn't
beyond
see that.
this.
He did not see that. What did
I
he
mean,
say?
come on.
What were the
I
words
have
he
that
said?
video. He said,
were the words he said?
we flew beyond the South Pole and we discovered a continent as big as the USA.
We discovered a continent.
Yes, I have it. Should I put it up?
No, I have it. I have it here.
It's a well-known video, that
It
one.
is a well-known video, but he did not say we discovered another continent.
What did he say then? What
He
did
said,
he
hold on,
say?
I'll pull it up here. He said, there is left in the world today an area as big as the United States that has never been seen by a human being, and that's beyond the pole, on the other side of the South Pole from Little America. Now, Little America is the name of the base that they were on.
Okay.
So,
But that's a big continent, though, isn't it? Like, how do you fit that on the ball? You know what I mean?
it
Like, where
fits
you...
perfectly fine.
It does.
Yeah, there it is. There's a picture. What do you think?
Okay, so you mean it's part of the South Pole and he just wasn't
It's-
aware of it?
No, it's not part of the South Pole. It's as big, an area as big as the United States. There it is. There's an area as big as the United States on the other side of the South Pole. Well, that looks right. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's about the same
agree.
size.
I
How's that?
agree, but wasn't he aware of the, overall size of the South Pole?
Well, the South Pole is a single point on Antarctica. Right?
Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah. So
But it sounds weird that he says that, though, still.
what?
That he says that there is an area, as if they didn't know that there was a bigger area further.
They did not know a lot of the size and scope of Antarctica until they started exploring it, and he was one of the early people to do some better mapping of it than others had done.
Okay.
So people had gotten to the actual South Geographic Pole before, but they didn't start from the bottom of this particular map. You see how that's a long distance from the South Pole? They started on the top of this particular map. Now that bay that's there, that bay is always ice. So it's not, you couldn't just pull your ship in and dock there on really close to the South Pole. You can get closer on that side though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But when he says there's a bunch of resources and stuff that is untapped,
Yeah.
like how can he come to that conclusion when you just see a bunch of ice? You know what I mean? Like, how do you know there's a bunch of resources, that you like?
I don't know how he came to that conclusion.
Yeah.
I don't know why that has any bearing on this. Certainly he saw a large amount of the shoreline, which isn't all ice. There's large portions of the shore that's not ice, and so whatever he saw there, he's like, oh, looks like there's some resources here. Yep.
Yeah, and also didn't he die like a year or so something?
Of course he
After-
died, but
after
that has,
this.
But why does that have anything to do with it?
I mean, people are saying that because of what he said, that they had to off him.
I don't. Sure. I don't believe. I don't share your religion on that.
Religion. I mean, I think there's a big mafia
hold on.
running the world. Yeah.
Do you have evidence that they offed him because he said that?
Of course, I don't have the evidence.
Okay.
But
So then all it is a religious
Speculation.
belief.
no, it's a speculation.
Okay.
Speculation.
So I don't. Speculation is useless in an evidence-based discussion, right? It's not where you go.
Hey, listen, I know we don't got a lot of time, but the 5G thing,
Yeah. Okay.
quickly, if we can touch on that. So you think it's completely like harmless or what?
5G is safer than the previous generations of cell phone. I'll say that.
Safer?
Yes.
How?
How is
Why?
it safer? Okay.
Why?
So, well, there are three features of 5G that are often referenced. Number one, the different frequencies. Number two, the ability to do wave forming or beam forming. And number three, the more towers, the ability to have more towers, which really isn't a feature of 5G. You could do that before. So
Okay.
but, all
huh?
three of those features together actually all make safer 5G, a safer service. So
But isn't it the waves? Aren't they tighter? You know, like like 4G.
the frequencies.
Yeah.
Frequencies. So the initial rollout of 5G did not include different frequencies dramatically. So in fact, when Canada rolled it out, it was actually a lower frequency. So traditionally, the early cell phones were 900 megahertz, and then they went up to 2.8 gigahertz or 1.8 gigahertz, so doubled it. And then around that particular frequency range, and then they got up to somewhere around 3 gigahertz. So they're somewhere between 700 and 3,000 megahertz.
So is
that
it
was
higher?
what's that?
Is it the higher frequency, the tighter the waves become, or is it the other way around? Yeah.
Higher frequency is shorter wavelength, or as you're saying, tighter waves. So,
shorter. Yeah.
So the higher frequencies are actually somewhat safer because they do not penetrate buildings as well, and they do not penetrate our bodies as well. So now, for the most part, the frequency ranges they're using is in the initial rollout was the same. So it didn't make any difference at all. But a lot of the people early thought, well, maybe they're going to be using 60 gigahertz. It's actually illegal to use 60 gigahertz for 5G service because it's an unlicensable band. All the bands that they use are licensed. But in the United States and in some other places, the earliest higher frequency rollouts are well underway. So if in the United States on my phone, I see it says 5G UW, which is that means it's using a higher frequency. So they're using around 26 gigahertz to 40 gigahertz. And those don't penetrate the human body as well. They don't do well into your house. So it's actually safer because you're behind sheetrock or walls of your house and you get less of that. They're more useful outside. And so one of the things that they're particularly good for is where there's more crowds of people in an area.
So what are they saying? What are they saying is a military, like they're using it as a military? What frequency is that? Like 60 or 70, 80 gigahertz? I don't know what it is.
So none of that is a thing. So the military tie-in to 5G would be just devices that the military uses that sends data over the cell phone network. It doesn't need to be 5G or 4G or 3G. It's just the cell provider is selling a service and the military is a customer of that service. So just like your cell phone, or maybe you can have a wireless hotspot, or different people have made different devices. So I used to have a device in my car called Automatic.
Okay.
You plug it in the ADB2 port, and then it reported its location and its speed, and if it got into an accident, it would send it up. And so the Automatic, name of the company is Automatic. It's a little weird, but they would send a notification to you if it sensed a crash, or if it thought that there was braking too hard. Like you could put it in a parental mode where you're like, oh, my kid's driving it, oh, they're accelerating too hard, they're braking too hard. They want to know where's the car right now. That was actually using 3G. So all of those devices use 3G. You didn't have to configure anything. You just plugged it in and it automatically communicated over the network.
So what would you say microwave is? Like the microwave. The microwave.
Oven?
Yeah. Yeah, the oven. When you know.
That's
when you
2.4 gigahertz.
So that's lower than the 5G.
That's kind of in the middle, because like I said, the early before 5G, the common range was about 700 megahertz to about 3 gigahertz. Well, 2.4 is in there. So that was at the higher end of the already used spectrum of frequencies. 5G, one of the things they did in the United States and in England is they decommissioned some of the older TV station broadcast frequencies.
Okay.
So like VHF and UHF, some of those were decommissioned and then reallocated, sold off to the different cell phone companies.
Okay. But so how come the microwave is dangerous and that is not?
Power.
The 5G.
Power. So a microwave oven is like 1,000 watts, and it's trapped inside of a chamber where it's intentionally a certain size so that it reflects the microwaves back and forth to create a standing wave. A regular cell phone tower that's not like on the one near an interstate in the country might be 50 watts, and you're not right next to it, and you're not inside of a metal box with it. So so there are regulations. United States has FCC, England has Ofcom, and
okay, that makes sense what you said. Yeah.
And then ICNIRP is used in Europe for the regulations. So for how much exposure a human can experience in the vicinity of a tower is highly regulated, and it's way less than a microwave oven.
But if they wanted to crank that shit up and then start to cook us.
You're too far away.
But if they, because I've seen videos and stuff that they put the 5G thing into the street lights so that, it will kind of cover everything.
Well, they did not put 5G into those streetlights. That was the insane rambling of Mark Steele, who is an absolute moron. The streetlights that he thought had 5G in it had 800 something, just under 900 megahertz of communication between the towers. It created a mesh network. Very low power. I have one of the antennas. I might not have it handy.
Because I had a video.
Hold on. I'm almost done. And those, they didn't have nearly the capability of sending anything out very strong. The requirements, it's an unlicensed spectrum, and unlicensed spectrums has rules about how powerful you can transmit, and this particular one has rules about how often you can transmit, and that's called the duty cycle. So the duty cycle of those particular radios is 1%. So it can only be transmitting at 1% of the time, and the radio in them is not nearly powerful enough to do anything at all. It's a rather weak antenna, or a rather weak thing.
But this thing, I don't know if this is real, but it says
hold on, that's a sticker put on by a nuthead. That's not a sticker put on by a regulatory industry.
Okay,
that's somebody going around putting stickers on. So whatever is on there is put on it by a nutcase.
Okay, so you can fully dismiss this as
Yeah, that's
BS.
not something that was regulated to be put on there.
Okay, hope so. But what do you think about there is theories? Now I'm gonna speak in codes because you're gonna have to. That we had to take a thing these past,
has nothing to do with it.
and
That's
that they
stupid.
can activate the thing in people when they want.
Yeah. I mean,
with this.
in fantasy world, those physics could be explained, but in reality world, those physics don't exist.
Okay. Because they say there's a thing called graphene in it.
Yeah. So let's be clear. Graphene is a thick black material, and the medicine that people received was transparent, and it was a small amount. So none of the things that are necessary could have possibly been in there. And some people have claimed that there are nanoparticles that are self-assembling radios. An insane
Maybe.
claim. No, there's no maybe to it. It's absolutely insane
Why is it insane, Maktoon?
because none of this exists. These things don't exist in reality. There's nothing that could happen like that. There's no technology in that realm at all. The physics.
You don't think they have nanobots?
I'm not saying that they don't have nanobots. I'm saying some sort of a self-assembling device doesn't exist. And in order to either transmit or receive radio frequency, well, you need to have an antenna, and that antenna needs to have some circuitry. And all these circuits don't just self-assemble. When people manufacture them, and they make very small ones, right? My earbud has very small circuits in it, but there's traces on the silicon and the substrate that are made of copper and doped with boron or nitrogen on the silicon in order to be a semiconductor. All of those things you couldn't have inside of a clear transparent fluid. And what's the power source? Because in order to
your
transmit,
body.
and that's not how it works though. In order to transmit through material, you need to have something powerful enough to get through that material. Well, this thing has to be exceedingly small because you can't even see it. It's completely transparent. The fluid that's injected into people is transparent, and it's not a large amount of fluid. So where is the battery? Oh, it's the human body. That's not how it works. We're not actually, the Matrix was a movie. It was fiction. You can't actually.
Well, all of these movies turned out to be true. I mean, a lot of them.
The Matrix did not turn out to
Man.
be true.
Demolition Man. Have you seen that with Sylvester Stallone?
I've seen that.
That turned out to be pretty true.
What? What part of it?
I mean, how with the
Self-driving cars?
Self-driving cars, censoring of the words. Remember when he cursed and he got a lot of tickets?
Yeah.
To use for the toilet.
You don't get tickets for cursing.
We're not there yet, but we're getting canceled for what we say.
So it didn't happen yet.
Well,
so you're saying it might happen in the future.
It is on its way. And then we have the people living in the sewers. That will be every dissenter, that is not accepting whatever is coming. They will live in the sewers, the people down there in the sewers.
Yeah, because they didn't accept the medicine.
They didn't accept the way society was going, so they had to live in the sewers.
Okay, so that didn't come true either. Okay.
Well, that will come true because I won't accept it.
But it did not come true.
Well, not
so
just
Demolition
yet,
Man, but you said the movies that came true, past tense, came true. So that one did not yet, past tense.
It's just a matter of time. I mean, it's on its way to coming true.
And as much
as you're very picky with that.
As much as I'd like it, all of the restaurants are not Taco Bell.
Oh yeah, that was in the movie, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they also had virtual sex. Remember Sandra Bullock and Sylvester Stallone, and he was like, "What the hell is this?" And also, He froze. He froze himself. That appears to be real too. I've heard that you can freeze your body, or you can freeze your head.
Freeze it, but you can't bring it back out. That hasn't come true yet.
I heard that they can.
I've heard that they can. I'm going to need to see the DOI for that. Seriously, Pat in the chat has a good point. We are closer to Idiocracy than we are to Demolition Man.
Well, that's true too. You know how these people get famous? Have you seen the Haktua girl? Haktua. She said this line, Haktua, spit on that thing. And she has become like super famous for saying that line. Haktua, spit on that thing.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
People have been famous for not good reasons for centuries.
Oh, but not on this level. The same with the girl that says on the plane, she's like, that motherfucker can't be real. You know what I'm talking about? The angry woman on the plane. She yells, that motherfucker in the back is not real. Claiming that she saw an alien on the plane or whatever.
Oh, yeah. There have been people with psychotic episodes for centuries as well. And until recently, they would get, they'd be off in the corner. Sometimes they'd be treated by professionals, and they could wear a jacket that would cause them to hug themselves all the time. And they'd be in a room where they couldn't slam against anything hard because it's all soft.
I'm with you on that. I don't believe
Or they were just the guy down on the corner yelling crazy things at everybody all the time, right? And you can still find them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that. Yeah. I don't think she should have been famous for that. That's ridiculous.
I agree. Okay, but that doesn't. All right. Are you good on the 5G, or are you questioning more things?
I mean, I have a lot of stuff, but
I'll tell you the three. The higher frequencies don't penetrate as well. They're safer. Second one, beam forming. So beam forming is safer, and the reason why is because in order to get the signal to your cell phone, the tower needs to send out a certain strength of the signal. And the cell phone and the tower are constantly giving feedback to each other to say how strong the signal is. And so if the cell phone says to the tower, I need more signal, the tower will boost its output. In the same way, the other way around. Before beam forming, you had a sector antenna that was typically 1/3 of all the way around a circle, 120 degrees. And everybody in that area would get that power. So everybody that's the same distance away from you, from the tower, as you are, would receive enough power for them to have a strong signal at their phone. But everybody closer would get even more of power to themselves. So the people closer would get more signal, even though they're not on the phone. But now with beam forming, the signal can be focused so that the signal is strongest where that person is that needs it, and it's weaker everywhere else. So everywhere gets less power except the one person that needs it.
That takes the beam. Yeah.
So that's safer because there's less exposure. And then the third one, more towers. It's essentially the same thing. If instead of being 2 miles away from a tower, you're half a mile away from the tower, your phone doesn't need to send as strong of a signal to get to the tower. The tower doesn't need to send as strong of a signal to get to your phone. So again, there's less power, less exposure for everybody. So
okay, but you don't. Before we go, you don't think eventually though this shit ain't healthy because the whole world will be full of radiation?
Well, there's less radiation then. So when all of these, right, if we were to take 5G, take all those features and turn off the previous ones, which, is going to take a long time. And anyway, if we were able to turn them off right now, we would have less exposure than we would have right now. So it's an improvement. I'll take that. Yes.
Okay. Oh, before we go, the Coriolis effect with the water, that's all BS because I can change the direction with, how the water.
Are you talking about toilets?
No, bathtubs. Bathtubs. A bathtub. I pour the
So-
water on the left side. It goes
Yeah.
clockwise, and the other way.
To do Coriolis in water in a small scale is very finicky. You have to have a good size area. Sorry, and you have to make sure that the water is not moving ahead of time. So you pouring it in, yeah, you have to not do that.
Yeah.
And you want to make sure that that the sorry, I had a coughing fit. Make sure that it's all at rest before you do anything. Yeah.
Yeah, because the example.
There's a video of that.
Yeah.
Is it I think it's Veritasium and help me out, people.
Because this video, they're not. I don't think they're doing it.
That's an absolute hoax. Yeah.
Yeah, this feels like a con. Yeah.
Yeah, that's people on the equator, right? You're not near far enough away.
Yeah, and they say they go here.
It was smarter every day and Veritasium. So
Yeah.
Coriolis is maximized at the pole and minimized at the equator. So this is the place where Coriolis is the least.
Oh, okay.
And when they
And that's what they're doing.
when they pour the water in,
Yeah.
they're being careful to make sure it's spinning. But also, I suspect, and I haven't seen it because I haven't been there, but I suspect that they have a little bit of a topography to that that container there. You can see it's not regular.
Yeah.
It's all dinged up and everything.
Bulgy. Yeah.
Oh, here, yeah. People can't see.
Yeah.
It, so.
Yeah. So we agree on that one. I think this is fake. Yeah.
Yeah, that's totally fake. But hurricanes.
Yeah.
Hurricanes are a great example of Coriolis.
Yeah. I know you got another stream going on, but
I do.
right now,
but I've got some. I mean, that
you
one.
muted there.
I
Huh?
can.
Huh?
What's that?
You went mute for a second, but
I did.
Now you're
No, I
back.
didn't.
Now you're
All right.
back. I mean, it was
So the other stream is just me, and so I'll just push it back unless you want to.
Okay.
Because I've got some.
Okay.
I got some feedback from the audience, if you don't mind.
Oh yeah. Go.
Okay. All right. Steven Jarvis says Vince is okay. Any friend of Ross Perry has got to be a cool dude and know what he's talking about. Are you friends with Ross Perry?
Ross. Yeah, me and him used to do some stuff. We're not doing it anymore, but we used to do some content. But we did not agree on the music part. That we fought a lot.
Oh, yeah.
He likes a lot of rap and new modern day music, and I despise modern day music and a lot of rap.
Yes.
So we clashed on that.
All right. Busload UK says facepalm. Vince, just by a telescope and a solar filter, the angular size of the sun will never change as it sinks below the horizon.
The angular size of the sun will not change.
Yeah. So I have a solar filter here. This goes on my P1000 that Stringer News 1 gave me. So right here, you put this on. I've done it myself. Put this on the camera. Do you have cameras? Like a nice camera?
Yeah, a decent one.
Yeah.
That I'm using for this. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you can get a solar filter that goes on the aperture ring there,
Okay.
or $20 to $30 for a proper solar filter, and then you
Okay.
can go do it at full zoom,
Yeah.
and take a picture of the sun midday, and take a picture of the sun, each hour, and see, and that you've got it correctly exposed when you can see sunspots. So that when I put that camera on the P1000, I see sunspots every time.
Okay.
So that's how you know it's exposed well, and it's not glare that you're looking at.
Oh, okay. Hold on. While you're talking about that, you reminded me of this, but you can continue reading while I'm pulling it up. But it was some person claiming that. Oh yeah, here it is. I don't know if you see it.
Yeah.
It's too big now, but they're saying they put it under some. This is the 24-hour sun in the South Pole or whatever,
Okay.
and they're saying that this sun is a simulated sun. There's claiming there's something weird with this sun.
What's
because
weird about it?
that it looks like, the rays are like fixed, like you see.
How much do you know about photography?
I don't know. I'm bringing it up to you.
Okay, well, that's because of the leaves on the shutter. You know how shutter works?
Okay. The shutter, the thing.
So, the aperture. So
Yeah.
you want to control how much light gets into the camera, and so there's an aperture, just like your eye. Your eye has one, right? And,
Yeah.
And it shrinks and grows, and it's made of multiple pieces of typically flat metal or plastic potentially that are in a circle approximately, and they shrink and grow, and so you can see. So if you pause it, stop right there, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
There.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Looks like there's 14 leaves in that shutter. And that's why you see that. So that's totally what you'd expect on something that's quite bright, or
Okay.
the lens.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
It just looks like it's fixed, like.
That's what you would expect with a camera.
Okay.
So that is, what you want to do is you want to get somebody that's an expert in photography to analyze it, instead of somebody that knows absolutely nothing about photography, which is who obviously made this particular one.
Yeah, because they're saying simulator lens reflection. I don't know.
Those look to me like they're clouds. Or I don't know what those
Yeah,
are.
but maybe it's too small for you, because it does look weird.
Or
this one.
well, hold on, go back. There's also in there's some internal lens reflections too.
Yeah.
So that's in this one that's been where the color has changed. It's a little harder to tell.
Yeah. Oh, what about this one? What was it? You see, this is like this. I think this is SpaceX or whatever it is. Hold on. I hate this fucking player, man. So the rocket goes up and then goes down.
Yep.
But the area of this, what do you want to call it, continent or whatever, it feels like the Earth would be too small because if I hold on, I don't want to move it, but let me move it a little bit. Like this, if you look at this continent that is here.
That's just the coast of Florida.
Yeah, I know. Or whatever. Yeah. But it feels like that's too small in proportion to the ball.
Like you don't even see across Florida. Maybe there you do a little bit, but it's so this peaks out around 100 kilometers. So it's not particularly high.
Yeah. But you still see a ball, though.
So
I mean, this is fisheye lens, though. Yeah.
It's a barrel distortion lens. Yes, it's definitely has barrel distortion. You can tell because the curve is changing based on where it is on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know what the claim is here. Looks to me like it went to space and came back. Didn't hit anything. And while it was up there, it didn't see the ice wall. You didn't see the Antarctica, right? You don't see very far at all, right? You don't see it's looking there like west. You don't see Mexico.
Yeah, but there is a limit to how far you can see, though. Right?
Well,
there is a
provide the physics for that. There is no limit. Here's the actual physics. A photon travels until it interacts with something. So there's no limit to how far it can go.
Yeah, but your vision or a camera has a limit, doesn't it? Like,
no, it does not.
So you mean a camera can infinitely see infinitely?
A camera doesn't reach out to grab things. The photons come to the camera.
Yeah.
Right. So when you look at the moon is far away. Even on flat Earth, the moon is farther away than the edge of where Mexico would have to be here. From you, where you live, pretty much all the time. Definitely all the
But
time.
when you zoom in the moon, it kind of looks like it's kind of close. Because when you zoom it in with the P900,
because the features get bigger. Yeah, it doesn't make it look close. But that's not the point. You were talking about, for some reason you thought that there is a limit to vision. That there is no limit to vision. Even for flat Earth, the moon is farther away than the edge of the horizon. So scoot the little scrubber there so we can see across where the Gulf of Mexico would be. Right there. All right. So there we see the coast, and then I don't know exactly what we can make out there, but you're definitely not seeing Asia or Africa there, right? So that's not about the limit of vision, because the moon is farther away, even on flat Earth, than what you were seeing there. So
yeah, but going back to the thing that this wouldn't this make the Earth kind of small with whatever you say this is probably Florida or whatever, the edge of, wouldn't this make the Earth kind of small? Because because when it goes down, it's like this is not a big part of a big ass continent. It's like a small part of an area here.
It's a small part. It's not a big part. You're only seeing a little bit of Florida there.
Yeah.
I don't know why that's a problem. That doesn't make sense.
I guess what I'm trying to say is this is not a big area, but it's covering a lot of the ball. It's not
covering a lot. It's a small area, and you're only seeing a small area. Why is this a thing?
I don't know. It's a thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Vince, I don't want to be mean. I'm not being mean when I say this.
Well, be mean, man. I mean, it's cool.
I think that you don't quite have a good grasp of three-dimensional, you just an idea of how things should appear in 3 dimensions. So
maybe, or maybe not.
I think it's a common problem. Okay, BMW 1000C says, keep up the good work, mate. Thank you, BMW. Eclipse Chris says, good Tuesday night early in the UK, typical. It doesn't make sense, so it's wrong. Same old Flurfkins, how we pity their ignorance and laugh.
Well,
there it is. Hey, maybe we fix some of your ignorance. How about that?
Well, I still think that they want to enslave us, and in order to do that, they need to trick us with the climate thing. And
it's nothing to do with the topic we're talking about.
I know. I just wanted to throw that in there because
totally different.
Yeah.
Eclipse Chris says, Vince obviously thinks space is fake, though this is showing a video of right now on screen, a rocket in space. If he does, what does he think of the SpaceX Starship launch last month? Full video up and down with the Earth curve. So it's not much different than this, although it's a much larger rocket, and they had a little better. It was up for longer.
Is he talking about the one that looked like it was scraping against something?
No.
Whatever that was.
Last month. So it was the 4th launch of Starship. Starship is the largest rocket ever made. It's bigger than the Saturn
Falcon
V.
9.
Saturn V. Saturn V.
Okay.
This is what I have, the Lego version behind me that brought people to the moon. It's larger than that one by a good stretch.
But nobody's believing the moon landing, though.
Of course people are. They definitely went to the moon.
Nobody's believing it. Yeah.
They absolutely 100% went to the moon.
That's impossible.
No, it's not.
Who was filming when they came to the moon?
What do you mean? When they landed?
Yeah, there was somebody filming it.
No, there's no video of them landing on the moon.
Okay.
There's a video
leaving then.
There's a video from Apollo 17 of them leaving, and yep, that was the lunar rover. The lunar rover has a remote control camera that has a motorized gimbal on it, and they timed a command to that by 1 point something seconds before the launch was going to happen, so that it timed with the launch, so that it angled up while it was launching. They had tried the same thing with Apollo 16 and maybe 15, and they didn't get the timing right.
But that spacecraft looked ridiculous.
I don't care.
I know.
I don't care what look ridiculous isn't evidence. So, all right. Try for evidence, right? If it's the claim is from the moon landing hoaxers, the claim is that there is a hoax, and so then the evidence of that hoax would have to be the supporting evidence for that claim. So Eclipse Chris against his predictions, fake because has to be, or derp derp. It's important, Vince, when doing science, when doing critical analysis, to make a prediction. So you weren't able to make a prediction of what you thought the sun should do in Antarctica. If you can't make a prediction for your position, you don't have a very strong position. It suggests that it's just a religious position, right?
Yeah,
So for example,
Yeah.
what time do you predict the sun will set tomorrow at your location? You don't have a prediction for it, right? You don't know what time the sun will set based on
I don't know
flat Earth.
exactly.
You don't know at all based on flat Earth. You've never attempted to calculate, to make a prediction. Right? I know you haven't. I know no flat earther ever has. There's zero flat earthers that have ever tried to use the geometry of flat Earth to figure out what time the sun will set. Never. It's never happened once.
But I get you're right. Listen, I'm not saying I'm sitting on any evidence. I'm just saying, in a way, you don't want to take in the full picture though, because whatever reasons. But I see stuff in a different way. I see the full picture, meaning I'm not going to say it, but there is a plan and everything is tied in together in order to achieve this plan. And since I can't say it, it's very hard to explain this, but there is a plan behind all of this.
And none of that has any bearing because you know that you don't have any evidence for that. You only have a belief in it.
I mean, there is evidence. I can't say it because
if you had evidence, you would just post it. You don't have evidence for it. It's just you have something that you think happened and it's circumstantial, and you've applied some filter to analyze it mentally to think, oh, that is a plan, but it's not.
Well,
if
can
there's
I say
a plan,
this without saying it?
If there was something, then there would be evidence for it.
Yeah, there is evidence for this plan.
The plan to do what? What is the ultimate
I'm gonna
goal?
talk in cold words. They want to restrict us more and more because of the climate. The climate.
Climate. Oh, you can say climate.
Okay, I will say climate. Then.
So because of the climate, they want to restrict you.
They want to restrict.
They want to use the climate, or they want to restrict you because of the climate?
No. They want to use the climate to get you to accept restrictions on your freedoms and what you can do.
For what end goal? What's the end goal?
Control.
They already have. How does control benefit them?
They're sick in the head. They want
no.
full control.
How does control benefit them, and who benefits from that control?
Whoever they are, the rulers. You remember the ruler?
Yeah, who?
The ruler.
Who are they?
It's a group of rulers. I don't know exactly who they are. Rothschild, this and that, whatever. The families.
You don't know who they are.
Well, does that matter though?
Yes, it does. It does. It completely matters.
And in control, I don't know. I can't name them, but I know there is something.
So again, it's just a faith.
No, because it's happening. Okay. What do you think the 15-minute city is, Mike Toon?
I think it's somebody's idea for having all services in a close proximity to where people live. And I live in a suburb, and within 15 minutes I can get to anywhere I want, to anything I want. Yeah, that's
convenient.
To any restaurant I want. I can get, if I want some Indian food, I can be in 6 different Indian restaurants in 15 minutes.
That's nice, right? But But then when they say, hey, listen, you're not allowed to leave your 15-minute area. You're only allowed to do it.
That's not part of the 15-minute city plan, though.
I've heard that it is like you can't travel how much you like because the climate. You know, you have to. You know.
Where is this proof?
I think this was in England. They have one.
Where's the proof that you can't leave the area?
They said it. I don't know. They said, but listen.
You
the
said
point
you don't
is
know.
this.
You said I don't know.
McDoon, the point is they want to bring the prison to you.
So you say, with just blind faith so far, when I ask you for clarifying information, it's always I don't know.
Well, I can't bring it up right now. Another time I could, but it will probably be dangerous for your channel, so no, I won't. But come on,
that stuff. See, YouTube flags some things, right? The medicine, they don't like talk about that, so I don't talk about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Plus, it's not my strength. I'm not into biology. I'm into physics.
Yeah. So there are some things you just can't talk about because, it is what it is. So
and YouTube's algorithm is quite crappy at times because people that are espousing the exact same opinion as YouTube on it get in trouble for it because their garbage AI filter can't tell the difference. So, all right, let's keep moving on because Otto says Vince can't even make a baguette.
You're probably right on that. I probably can't. I suck at cooking. You're right.
Darren just said, did you just quote Sh55 best song? I did quote Sh55. I've played that song in here before, and I got a copyright strike. Not a strike, but takedown. They take not a takedown. They get all of the playback on the video, all of the revenue or whatever. It's not that much, so it doesn't.
Yeah, I know.
Really, but I know. The video I did last week with Quantum Eraser and Witsit, that was I got nothing for that because so much vulgarity from the good Christian brother Quantum Eraser John Stunja. The amount of vulgarity out of his so much cursing out of him. Pat in the chat says, SpaghettiOs. That's a song I
don't know
made.
what that means.
It's a song I made for, about Mikey Smith.
Oh, do you do music?
Sort of. Tim Davidson says, where is Voyager? 22 hours to send a signal and 22 hours to get it back. But we do get one back. Also, no bad flurf. Rubs nose in Mercator map. Bad flurf. All right, so Voyager is something that launched in the 70s. It takes 44 hours to send a signal and get an answer back from it. Where is it? How's that?
How that is?
Yeah, explain that. How is it that we can send a signal? It takes 44 hours to get a response.
That's maybe a bad signal. Maybe low output on that radio signal. Maybe it takes a lot of time for it to travel.
Do you know that the signal takes the same amount of time to travel regardless of the power?
Okay, so it's always maintaining the same speed.
Yes. Just for reference, this is the book I used in university when I studied electromagnetism.
All right.
And I'm pretty sure you haven't studied electromagnetism.
You're right.
Okay. So they travel at the same speed regardless of power.
Okay, so you mean, so it takes 40-something hours. That must mean it is far away.
It's 22 hours away as light travels, and light travels at a certain speed.
Oh, the traveling of light.
Yeah.
I never understood that. Because to me, it feels like light never really travels.
To us, it's so fast that we can't tell. And sound is the same when we're not far from it, right? If you're in the room talking with somebody, it feels like sound is instant, right? You can't tell. If somebody claps their hand, you're like,
well, it's not as instant as light.
You're right, but if you're in the same room and somebody claps their hand, you're like, I heard it at the same time as I saw it. But if there's a firework right? In 2 days in
it's
America
delay.
here, we blow stuff up because we're America, man. We blow stuff up
Yeah.
when we celebrate. If you're far away from the fireworks, you can see the light and then you hear it.
Yeah, but with the light though, what I'm trying to say with that is, it feels like it's fixed to the light source, meaning
Yeah. Well, light has a speed. The length of the meter is based on the speed of light. So that's gonna go nowhere. That's silly.
yeah, but you can't send it like in packages. It's like fixed to the source, and it's always gonna be fixed to the source.
That's not
like
how it works.
But if I have a light bulb, it's like fixed to the source, and it only moves when I move the light bulb. Right? Anyways, I know you don't want to go into
Yeah,
it.
you screw the light bulb into the socket and it stays there.
Yeah.
All right. Mark Beiser says you can't prove it's not a simulation. Aha.
I can't prove that it's not a simulation.
Yes.
I think I can.
Yeah,
I mean, the eye thing that we talked about before.
The thing about simulation theory is you can neither prove nor disprove it. It's pseudoscience.
There is way more proof for it than
There is
not.
zero proof for it.
No,
There's
virtual
zero
reality
evidence.
is
There's
virtual
zero evidence
reality-
for, zero evidence against. It's untestable.
Oh no,
Everything,
that's not, I don't agree.
Everything in the universe, if it is a simulation, is part of the simulation. So you can't test for it. You have to be
like.
You'd have to be outside the simulation to test it. And since if the Earth is a simulation, we're not outside that simulation, so we can't test it. That's why simulation theory is so funny. Because all you have to do is say, well, within that simulation, here's what we have. So let's see what we have within the simulation. It doesn't change anything. It's not a get out of jail free card.
So when we have video games, VR, that kind of resembles real life in the way that your brain feels that it's there and this and that, whatever, doesn't that confirm that this also is some kind of a simulation?
No, not at all. But Tim Davidson says, I want cheat codes. Give me admin access to the simulation.
Well, I think when you die, you just change the video game into another one and play another character, and then it never ends. You can never really die. You change the game.
Vince is in an episode of The Sims. PhD Tony says, I am debating Ross Bring It Up tomorrow. Any advice?
Oh, really?
Well, if it's on a moderated platform, I would make sure that that the moderator is going to deal with the constant, uncontrollable psychological problems of Ross's inability to not interrupt constantly. That's the number one thing. And number two, whenever he makes a claim, you just say this, bring it up. If he makes a claim, bring it up. If you're going to make a claim and you can't bring it up, then I don't want to hear it. That's it. All right. Axis of rotation says, I'm late. How much flat evidence did I miss? All of it.
Yeah. I mean, listen.
All of the zero.
Nobody of your audience is gonna get convinced of any of the things I've shown. Yeah.
You didn't bring any evidence. All you brought was, well, I don't know if I understand this. Fine.
Yeah, exactly.
We can do an FE session, a free education session for you. This was just basically tutoring. I gave you a free tutoring session.
It's nice. I liked it.
All right. Lord Illuminous Pooh says, I'm no stranger to globe. You know the ball rules, and so do I. A full flat model of what I'm thinking of, you wouldn't get this from anyone at all. Nope.
Yeah, I say, yeah.
If the Earth were flat, then you could model it. You could have a map. You could have something. You could create a three-dimensional small-scale model of it and view the angle to the sun on it. But
can
none of
you
that
do
ever
that with the
happens.
globe, though? Can
Yes,
you do
of
that
course
with
you
the
can.
globe?
Yes, 100%. You can do a small scale. It's called an orrery. Is a small scale model of the solar system. They're typically not to scale, but you can do a scale model. Just that the distances are very large. So if you have a sun the size of a basketball, you have to go a long distance away to get to where the Earth would be, and it's the size of a pea or something. So you can do it to scale, and people have done some scale ones, but you can, without worrying about that particular scale, you can take a globe at home and turn off all the lights except one on the far side of the room, and put your phone on it, and then rotate the globe to see a sunrise or a sunset. But there's no way to make a scale flat Earth where the sun sets. It never happens.
Did I ask you about the gravity thing? The thing with gravity, there is
this about the movie with Sandra Bullock? Are you talking about Sandra Bullock again?
No.
Have you got a thing for Sandra Bullock? Because a lot of people do.
I used to.
A good choice.
I used to.
Okay.
Back in the days, but then I've been hearing that she's a man, so I don't know anymore.
She's not a man.
Who knows? Who knows? These days, have you seen?
She's not a man. Stop it. That's dumb.
I know. They have hormones and plastic surgery and all kinds of weird.
Stop that.
I hope.
Don't be like that.
I know. I hope it's true.
Oh my gosh, she's not.
But have you seen a lot of the females, whatever they're called today?
There are people that do that, yes, but that's not Sandra Bullock. No.
A lot of them look convincingly.
Go back.
Yeah.
Watch Gravity.
Yeah, going back to
Go watch
Gravity.
it again. Go watch Demolition Man again, and enjoy.
Looks nice.
Okay.
Looks nice. Yeah.
There you go.
But Gravity, there is this ride, that is called Graviton or something.
Yeah.
Where you're stuck on the inside of the ride. So, but that's because you're on the inside of the ride. But if you were on the outside of the ride, you would have been tossed away. So we're not on the inside of the globe. We're on the outside of the globe.
Okay.
Yet we're not
you've
tossed away.
You've already covered that you don't understand math very well. I'll skip doing the math.
Yeah, skip the math.
But it's on my website. If you want, just search for gravity. I go through the math.
Okay.
The centrifugal force at the equator is maximized. It's 0.03 meters per second squared. That's the highest centrifugal force due to Earth's rotation that you get. The downward acceleration is 9.8 meters per second squared, several orders of magnitude more. So the Earth is not spinning fast enough to fling you off. It's spinning fast enough to very slightly reduce the downward acceleration. Enough that if you used a spring scale on the equator and a spring scale at 60 degrees north latitude, and you were measuring something valuable like gold, then you could defraud people. And that's why they don't use spring scales to measure precious minerals like that.
But hold on, yet it still keeps us stuck on the ball.
Yes, because of
But
gravity.
it's not.
Gravity is much larger than centrifugal force.
Okay, so I thought gravity was that. So gravity is something else, you're saying?
Gravity is something else. Yeah, gravity is mass attracting mass. And I'll tell you this. I was in kindergarten or first grade when an adult told me that the rotation of the Earth causes gravity. And that adult was wrong, and I knew it then because I'd spun a bucket with water in it. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. That's wrong.
Okay.
And it's a more, unfortunately, it's a more common misbelief than should be misbelieved.
Because I think the majority of people actually think that is what's keeping us on the ball, the spin.
I hope it's not majority.
I
That
think-
would be very sad.
I think it is. Yeah.
I think it's more than should be. That's for sure. All right. Pat in the chat says, "Hey, ask Vince to say, your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries."
In Swedish.
No, in English.
Okay, say that again.
Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries.
Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of
Elderberries.
elderberries. I can say it in different voices. Your mother was a hamster and your father was a smelter of hammerberries.
Oh my
Was that
gosh.
better?
That was so much better.
That's good. That's
All right.
good.
Otto is wondering because when you were drawing the circles,
Yes.
so the question to you then is from Otto is how many baguettes in a circle?
It depends on how big the circle is. You know? But a lot of baguettes actually. You know, first you do the circle. I would say
But what if the baguettes are around the perimeter of it and it's an infinite number of infinitely short straight baguettes? There you go. We can take the integral of baguettes. Rerun says sounds like a 5-year-old explaining vision.
Maybe.
Oh,
I can do Donald Trump too, if you like. Let me know what you want me to say.
that's not even, that's terrible.
Oh, you don't like my Donald Trump?
No, it's terrible.
Well, I have to get into the mood.
That's a, what is that? That's a Persian grown up in Sweden doing a bad impression of Trump.
Well, I need to know what you think. What do you want me to
terrible.
say? I would say I'm Donald Trump.
Oh my gosh. That's the worst. All right. Jay Watkins says, if there was a creator, why make him? I think he's talking about you.
Why make me?
Yeah, that's tough. Man, Jay.
I'm here
Dude.
to stir shit up.
I see, and you're good at it. Monkey Cat Pat Pat for $6.66 says you can always know a Flurf is lying when they say words like truth, proof, facts, or every time they open their mouth.
Yeah, listen. Again, I'm not a flurf. I mean, even though
He's getting better.
I'm not a flurf. I'm just thinking it might be flat. You know, it might be flat, and
Just so you know, that kind of makes you a Flurf.
yeah, I know, but I don't. I'm not in a group.
Yeah, but I gave you what you asked for, and so you can't be a Flurf anymore.
You gave me a picture. I wanted the video.
I gave you a video of the curve, and then you changed the rules.
I wanted the ball. I wanted the ball on video.
All right, I'll send you.
Give me the ball.
Yeah, people go get send it to me. I'll forward it to him.
I need balls, man.
The best video from Apollo of the Earth.
Yeah, and the moon landing was real.
Correct. Alyssum says finally managed to get free when you're live to celebrate. I'm going to get back to the classic question: why are there no functional flat Earth based maps?
Because they don't have the Look at me, as if I'm a spokesman. Because they don't have the resources to do all the things necessary to get a real map and shit like that.
Do you know that the earliest ones were not made by people with lots of resources? They are often made by hobbyists.
Hey, listen, I don't know. Because the ones who built the pyramids, they obviously got some weird technology 6,000 years ago.
They didn't make maps. They didn't map the globe. How
did they build the pyramids? Like, how did they build?
They didn't need. How did they build it? All right.
Yeah, that's a trick one.
The inclined plane and levers. Lord Illuminous Pooh says Lake Shardy Farty. Did I do this right? No, it's not Shardy Farty. It's Titicaca.
Sharty
Shardy Farty.
Titicaca Sharty.
Lord Illuminous Pooh says again, Toon, what's your favorite monkey? Mine's macaque, but I've never seen macaque. Macaw? I just want to play with macaque. I regret everything already. I'm sure I said that wrong. I'm not very good on monkey taxonomy. I'm sorry. And their names.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Alyssum said, "We'd love to chat with any of those flat Earth pilots about navigation. Wonder why none ever do, and why Flurfs never ask about flat Earth navigation techniques."
Oh, hold on. Yeah.
There are no There are no pilots that are flat earthers. And because a flat earth pilot would have to use only flat earth flight techniques and navigation techniques.
Well, hold on, Mike.
But since all pilots use globe-based navigation techniques, by definition, they're all non-flat earthers.
But you know, I have video of a lot of pilots saying it's flat.
Yes, those are pilots that are mocking the people that are asking them. All I need is the name of the pilot. I will pull up the in the FAA Airman database their name. I'll give them a call. I'll bring them on the show, and then we can ask about how they do navigation over flat Earth.
They would never say that it's a flat Earth. They would lose their job.
But you said that you have video of them.
I know, I have, but maybe they didn't know that they were filmed, because somebody can just ask them.
Yeah, I'm not
and
buying
hold the
that.
phone.
I'm not buying that.
But I got the video though. I got it.
Hey, hello there, Mr. Pilot.
No, but they're
Can I
holding it
ask
here.
you some questions?
No, they're holding it like here from down under.
Right. Super. Earthly Skeptic says a flat earther is moving a goalpost past you at 90% the speed of light. What would be the length contraction of the goalpost as per special relativity? Oh my gosh. I think I have, hold on. I think I can do that because I've written in Python. There it is, length contraction. So we've got speed of light, speed 1. Oh no, we've got, there it is. Speed 2. There it is. And what was the question? What would the length contraction of the goalpost be of the goalposts? Okay, so now we need to know the size of the goalpost. Goalpost width is 23 feet 4 inches. Which is hold on, 7.1 meters. So I'll go 7.112 because we're dealing with relativity, so it's going to have to be rather precise. Okay. I hope you did this before you checked, before you asked there, because I have the answer, I think. Earthly Skeptic. So, speed of light. Sorry, speed of the second thing is 0.9 speed of light. Contracted length of 0 to 2, 3.1 meters. There you go. 3.1000489.
That
meters.
sounds nice. It sounds nice.
So there you go. How's that? Was that a rhetorical question, or was that here? I will share. Where'd it go? Saved, beautify, download. What? Where'd it go? Where's the share? They moved it. I use online GDB for this. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Earthly Skeptic. Here is my code. Everybody can have a look. All right. Thank you for that, Earthly Skeptic. Lord Aluminous Poo says, I bet he doesn't know how to use the 3 seashells.
From Demolition Man. I still don't know what it was about. I still haven't figured it out.
All right. Toads in My Eyes is tuned. What about debunked Flurf talking point, though? Yes. You did bring up the previously debunked Flurf talking points. If you watched more Globe
Which was
videos,
that?
all of them. If you watched more Globe videos, let me recommend this. Because I debate flat earthers all the time. And almost all the time, there's exceptions, but almost all the time, they bring up talking points that have been addressed previously in videos by Simon Dan and myself and Craig and Mr. Sensible and everybody, right? They've already been addressed. But you bring them up as if you, and then all I'm doing then is telling you the things that have already
Repeating.
been reviewed. Yeah. So if you watched some of the videos or read some of the stuff, then you could maybe come up with something that's not been already debunked. It'd be a cool variation on the typical Tuesday night showings here, right?
Hey, listen, I'm not a prospect in this. I'm like a jester. I'm like a jester. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do agree.
Yeah.
100%. You maybe we could take a little collection and send you a different hat. Multicolors. They could come down on the sides and multiple all the way around. A little bell on the end of each
Hey,
one.
listen, I might put that on. You know what I mean?
All right. All right. So here is I've been given the video you wanted.
Uh-huh. The ball.
Yes. So we'll
Okay.
all right.
You got a ball for me. Okay.
All right, let me share first. Oh, hold on. All right, and now all right. See that? So
Yeah.
you
Is
can
that the
see-
video?
Yeah, so you can see the resolution isn't nearly as good because video resolution in 1969. This is 69, so it's 3 years earlier. But the video isn't nearly as high quality. So, but here it is, hitting play. So there's the video.
But hold on. This isn't the one that is like from the spacecraft, and people are claiming this is shot through the circular windows. And have you heard about that one?
Yeah, yes, this is the video
Is that the one?
from the spacecraft, partway between Earth and the Moon,
Yeah.
through the window.
Yeah. That one I don't believe, because I've seen some some what do you call it, bloopers from that.
Yeah, you didn't see bloopers. What you saw was Bart Cybrell's interpretation of it. Yeah.
I don't know. I saw
The
something
window-
that looked
The window
very
is
weird.
not, but the window is not circular.
Also, pause it. Pause
What?
it a little bit. It looks like that.
What?
You're not pausing it though.
Well, it's not moving much, but okay, I'll pause it. What?
Pull it back a couple of seconds or something. It looks like, yeah, it looks like the if you look at the middle of the ball, kind of looks like it's straight, and then it goes like this almost, like it's like sharp, like it's what do you call it? Like
You're trying to see things in cloud patterns?
no. I'm looking at the edge of it. Like it doesn't look like it's a full perfect circle, because in the middle it looks like it's almost a straight line for a while at the edge, on the left side, and then I can't point it out, but
You mean that part right there?
if you look at the middle, to the left, like, oh yeah, you have the cursor, right? Go up.
Right.
Oh yeah, that go down.
So, yeah. People at home don't see my cursor, only you do.
Oh, okay, good. So that,
but-
okay.
Yeah,
so
all right. So
no
you
point.
you think that some of these sides are a little bit straightish instead of
Yeah,
curvy enough? Yeah.
Yeah, from the middle
Yeah.
and then up.
Yeah, it's a yeah.
Something, I don't know what it is.
This is a compressed video from a mediocre quality recording. So
Maybe. Yeah.
like I said, the quality isn't anything near what the photograph is. So,
But
this
it's
is
weird
what you
that the
said-
lowered. Yeah.
This is what you said you would accept.
Yeah, but yeah, no. Look at this, man.
So
I
you-
can't
so you-
accept
So you weren't serious. This is just another goalpost move.
No, I am serious, but look at this quality, man.
Like I said, this is
I
normal
know.
quality for 16 millimeter
Yeah.
analog
Okay,
video
but
film.
why can't they
from
do it now, though?
1969.
Why can't they do
They
this?
can, but you don't want it. It's not analog. It's digital.
Yeah, that's a tricky situation right there. You're right. That is tricky.
There's many satellites that orbit the Earth right now, and you can get constant video feed of them.
Yeah, I'll give you that. That it is tricky because one could always say that it's CGI, right?
No, you can claim it, but you'd have to provide evidence for it.
Yeah.
So, all right, here is, let's see. All right, it's not. Come on.
Hmm.
I don't know why it's not. Come on, bringing it up here. I've used this site before. It's going a little weird. Click on a region to view images and animations for the regions. Covers areas. Oh, there it is. Okay. It was loading. I just didn't wait.
Okay.
All right, let's go. There you go. So this is a the way they do this is it's multiple frequencies of light that they're capturing on this camera. So you see the lit portion of the Earth is different frequencies on the camera than the non-lit portion of the Earth, and they're putting them together. So
is this digital or analog? This.
it's all
Right here.
digital.
Okay.
Yeah, it has to be digital because it's a digital camera, right?
Mm.
You don't send up a analog camera and then bring back in a short amount of time a picture of it, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
Right. Analog requires moving the actual film from one location to another and then developing it. So that's not something that's very easy to do. So all right, here is.
You're
let's see
right.
if we-
Yeah. Yeah.
So all right. All right. What? The loop. Where'd it go? I mean, these are free. You can just GOES East, GOES West.
Yeah.
So there it is. You can do things like look at, does this match cloud patterns? So it looks like there's some sort of a storm brewing there in the Atlantic. Is that happening in reality? Well, you could go look. And you can see the clouds move. You can even see the shadows of the clouds. This is much closer than the other photo. So you can see on the United States there, the shadows of the clouds. That helps because of the angle of the sun to the shadow or to the clouds
But
too.
if I were to play devil's advocate, couldn't this just be real footage that then they curved? You know what I mean? Like if it was taken from a flat, angle, and then they just made it so it curved around the ball.
And an interesting hypothesis, which you would need evidence for, to be honest.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
So if you're going to be an honest critical thinker, then that's a pretty far stretch, and you'd want to have evidence for that.
Though. It could be possible.
If you look at, I don't think so, because if you look at the angle of the clouds there,
Yeah.
you see the clouds going across the United States, you can see the shadow of the clouds. So when, before the sun sets there, and since you can see the shadow of the clouds, that gives you a 3D effect that shows you which way the sun is shining from. Right?
I guess. Maybe. Yeah.
So let's see here.
But the other picture you showed me that was from the 60s or whatever, analog. It was analog, but it was still scanned, right? So
yeah, you have to scan it in order to look at it on a computer. The only way for it to be analog and remain analog would be to use an analog device that copies it, right? So you can copy it, and there are many copies that were made of the original slides. Or you could go look at the original slides, and they're in a museum, and you could go examine them. But you'd probably want to start by getting a photo forensics expert to look at the original high-res TIFF files to see whether or not they're legit. So, and then you do things like, well, was that the cloud pattern at the time? And based on the distance that the spacecraft was from the Earth, are you seeing the right portion of the Earth? That's another thing that people often get wrong is, when you're close to the Earth, you see a smaller portion of it than when you're far from the Earth. Because, if you take a soccer ball and you put it right up next to your face, you can't see the perimeter of it. But if you hold it back from you a good distance, then you can see the perimeter of it. Right?
Yeah.
All right, let's get back here. We got a few more questions, I think.
Yeah.
Unless you need to go. Right? I
Yeah,
know it's
but
late.
take
It's
the
late.
questions. Yeah.
Okay.
Take the questions.
All
on
right.
the...
So don't get too into them.
Oh
'cause
yeah,
that can get
listen,
too much.
I can take it. I let them
Yeah.
have their fun, and you too, man.
All right. No,
Let's
they're
go.
mostly nice. I'm just saying, don't get too into answering the question because that'll take too long then.
Okay.
Turing Test 2 says, thanks for fighting the good fight, Toon. Thank you very much, Turing Test 2, for that. Burnham says, I think Home Alone may have come true for Vince.
What does that mean? I know the movie, but what?
I don't know. That's funny. Lord of Luminous Pooh says, as an old man yelling at clouds, those darn kids. I think I really did enjoy your impression of Monty Python. You have never seen Monty Python and Quest for the Holy Grail.
No, but my wife likes Monty Python. It's that British guy, right, with the mustache, right?
It's a whole bunch of people. It's a group of people. All right, I'm going to give you some homework, Vince.
Okay.
You need to watch Monty Python and the Quest for the Holy Grail.
Monty Python.
Monty Python, yes.
Monty Python. Yeah,
Yes.
that's what my wife
Yeah.
likes.
You go to her, you say, honey, dearest, babe, I want to watch Monty Python and the Quest for the Holy Grail. And she will be so excited.
Yes.
You
and she
might
was-
not even get a chance to watch it before she pays you back, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. But the thing is, she will be like, "What's wrong with you? Like, this is weird. Why do you want to watch this? Because I haven't really wanted to watch it." Yeah.
Donald Trump's 34 convictions has been a member for 33 months and has a member super chat. The contents being 33. Thank you for that.
I did not sleep with a porn star. This is all a lie. These demon rats wants to nail me with anything. It's all a scam.
Make it stop. Stayman says, have him say my wife again, please.
My wife? In which
Okay.
way? In which accent?
I have no idea.
My wife tells me I'm great. Very smart guy I am.
DJ Nugs has a $1 super chat.
Fantastic.
And thank you for that. There's no message with that, but thank you for that. King Cruz says, has Vince passed 8th grade yet?
No, actually not. Not yet, but I am striving to do it.
Burnham says it's not word salad. It's a Tupperware of syllables suddenly salad from a barbecue 6 years ago.
I used to call that wizard words. Wizard words. The words where I don't understand it, I say it's wizard words.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Some flat earthers are very good at that. Not you,
Wizard
though.
words. Yeah, no, I'm not.
Lord Luminous Pooh says, as leader of the Illuminati, who told you? Now I have to increase my time frame. You've brought the apocalypse from 20 years to 12 hours. Enjoy dinner.
Yeah, I don't know what the dinner is, but by 2030, they want to enslave everybody in some form.
And if that doesn't happen, then you'll give it up?
No.
DJ Nugs says you can tell the guy is realizing he's over his head debating tunes. So great.
Oh, listen, I've never said I'm over anyone's head or McToon's head. Never claimed that. Never will. You know, it's like listen, it's like if I were to bring you into the composer's world, you know, I would school you the way you school me here.
Ooh, Paul says, oh yeah, you would. Paul says someone check to see if Vince weighs the same as a duck.
A duck, how much do they weigh?
The same as a witch. Paul Kamish says Vince is my favorite Uruber.
Uruber? Why Ruber and not tuber?
I think maybe it's a typo. Or it could be a ripo. Zoomy Tomato says, what are his thoughts on dihydrogen monoxide?
Dihydrogen monoxide is very good for your left pec muscle.
I think what he's talking about is that there's some people say that dihydrogen monoxide is a dangerous chemical. They're like, oh,
sounds dangerous.
They're like, well, you know, all, you know, rabid dogs have dihydrogen monoxide in their saliva.
That's not good. Don't kiss your dog, man.
Yeah, rabid dogs. Also, they're like, well, it's dihydrogen monoxide is a large portion of acid rain.
This reminds me of the Komodo dragon. Is it like the Komodo dragon? They got some acid in their mouth.
Yeah, but there's also dihydrogen monoxide in their mouth. So and inhalation of dihydrogen monoxide can cause you to suffocate to death.
That doesn't sound nice.
Yeah.
But at least it goes fast, right? If you suffocate.
Well, suffocation might be a pretty rotten way to go, I'd gotta imagine. The other thing is the gaseous form of dihydrogen monoxide burns the skin on contact.
That's not nice. But I take the suffocation, but not the other one that burns my skin.
You might live on the burning of the skin, but
I'll still take the suffocation.
Ernie Matthews says, ask him why Flat Earth doesn't even have a fake photo. Oh, there's a lot of fake photos of Flat Earth. There's no question about that.
What about the Chinese, whatever? There is this old Chinese map of like a lot of Flat Earth stuff. A lot of continents.
That's a lie from Dearth.
Oh, you don't like Flat Earth?
No,
Flat Earth Dave, I mean.
He lies a lot. No, that's it's Japanese, not Chinese that you're thinking of.
Okay, Japanese.
And it was from, if I remember right, it was fictionalized that it was found as some old map. Yeah, it wasn't, to my memory, I think it was a new map as of like around 1900.
Okay.
Okay. Lord Lunas Pooh says, America, we're so bipolar, we'll flatten your country, then rebuild it. Don't mess with a nation that's on medication.
Hey, listen, you live in the greatest country in the world, but it's almost getting hijacked. I'm just saying that. You got some traitors in your
all
country.
I gotta say is, America, we're gonna blow stuff up in 2 days.
In 2 days?
Yeah, on the 4th of July, we shoot
okay.
We shoot things into the air and then they explode. It's amazing.
Okay. Hey, what do you think about those submarines? No, not submarines. There is or is it submarines near Florida? Russian submarines and stuff like that.
I don't know anything about that.
Well, that shit is apparently there next to Florida or some shit like that.
Ari, I hope your research skills on that are just as poor as your research skills on everything else.
Dude, ask Trump, man. He said it too. He's
he doesn't answer my calls anymore.
Well, I can relay the message if you want
Please
to.
make it stop. Please make- Lord Illuminus Who says the people in Wisconsin can tell your religion just by your name. It's true. I was there with my buddy Rabbi Lionel, and they just knew. Lord Illuminus Pooh again says Catholics have confirmation where they say you're definitely Catholic. But other faiths need this anytime. I talk to Lionel, he says he's just Jew-ish. You get that? Ish.
If I'm Jewish.
No, has nothing to do with you.
Okay.
Lord Illuminus Pooh likes to tell jokes that are silly and completely off topic. It's a shtick. Yeah.
Okay.
They're almost always funny. Sometimes they're groaners, which are also funny, but
it's also hard through text. Yeah. Anyways.
yeah. The Sun Express says also Wick. Remarkable how they have failed at their New World Order for over 200 years now. Also Wick. Yeah.
Failed. I mean,
you might really enjoy the intro credits to that movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. String News 1 says Tippecanoe and Titicaca 2. Lord Illuminus Pooh says, why would they put a 30-year-old camera on a brand new rocket? Right?
To get an analog
But why
capture.
Why is analog better?
Because it's more real than digital.
But do you think the people that are actually, approving the budget and approving the plans for it have any doubts? They don't. They don't do what they do to convince Vince.
But if they get 90 or 60 billion or something a year,
it doesn't matter.
That's a lot of
it doesn't matter. They still need to meet budgets, sort of. That's the problem with NASA. They don't meet budgets very well, but but if you're like, well, hey, imagine sitting around the meeting, right? They're talking about the cameras that they're going to put on the rocket, and here in comes Vince, the newest guy in the project, and Vince is like, hey, I think we should put analog cameras on the rocket, and then somehow get the film back to Earth. Well, Vince, that's weird. How would you get the film back to Earth? Well, you take a picture, and then you have a robot cut the film, and then put it into a little package, and then drop it out with a parachute, right? And then do that every 5 minutes. Another parachute.
Or you get it with the astronauts when they come back. They film.
When they go to the ISS and then take it on analog film. Of course, they did that before there were digital cameras going, that were popular.
Yeah, but they can create new analog cameras and just to prove it,
Just to prove what?
The globe.
It's already been done, Vince.
Okay.
The sunsets.
If you say so, yeah.
The sunsets. We went over this. There's no explanation of flat Earth for the sun setting.
Well, there might be in the future.
There might be in the future.
Science is always evolving, right?
That's very true. But lacking an explanation for sunsets for flat Earth, it leaves you with what? A blind faith belief.
Sometimes you gotta have belief. You know what I mean?
That's fine, but not about physical reality. Leave beliefs for the supernatural. That's religion. Right?
Supernatural. I think everything is supernatural in a way. But I'm not religious.
Oh dear. You sound religious. Paul Kamish says, Vince, don't you remember see?
Remember see?
Remember see?
I don't remember a C. No.
I don't know. Lord Illuminus.
C?
I don't. It's RE space MEMBERSE.
Okay. I don't know.
I'm missing what that is.
Maybe misspelled.
Paul Kamish. Then Lord Illuminus.
Hold on. Paul Kamish.
Yes.
I remember Paul Kamish.
Okay.
Good dude. Is he saying, do you remember me?
I think that might be what he's asking.
Yeah, he's a glober. He's a good guy. I like Paul Kamish. What's up, Paul Kamish?
Okay. What are you holding? What are you holding there?
This is just This is just
It looks like an
What-
audio device.
yeah, where you can put in
A splitter?
Yeah, exactly, splitter. I'm just holding something.
I'm almost always holding something.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Yeah.
The Rubik's cube.
I also have these. Sometimes I mess with. These
What
are
is that?
This is from my kids' math program called Matthew C. We homeschool.
Okay.
And so this is their math thing. So we do things like, well, when you're doing elementary math, you're like, well, I've got 4 of something and I've got 3 of something. And if we put them together, we have 7. Right?
Yeah.
Then you can do things like you can get a collection of these. You could get 4 of these and say, well, if I have 4 4s, let's count them all. 1, 2, 16. Oh, 4 4s brings you 16. That's how you do multiplication.
What do you think about golden ratio?
It sounds great. Lord Aluna's Pooh says, I can't type or spell, but he spelled them both wrong.
Okay.
Yes. And Vince, that's the final question.
All right. Cool. Cool stuff.
Man. Well, Vince, it's good. It's a good talking to you always.
Absolutely. You too, man.
Sometimes these get toxic, and I'm glad you're not. So
No. Listen, I enjoy this. Every once in a while, we join
Yeah.
forces, and you school me with your stuff, and I bring a lot of laughter, hopefully, and that's good enough for me. You know what I mean?
So I sent you on Twitter where we talk. I sent you the link to that website.
With the
My
ball.
website that has all the videos of the curve and photos of the curve. And then a link to the photograph from 1972. And then I'll send you a couple more so you have them all. So here's the one to the GOES satellite, and here's the one to the video of the Earth from 1969 on analog.
Okay.
film. So there you go.
Okay, I'll try to look at it. And
Any advice that you'd like to give to the 517 people still watching?
advice to them.
Yes.
Be very skeptical of everything, and be like Detective Colombo. If you don't know what that is, it's a very good detective series from the 70s up to the late 90s with an excellent actor called Peter Falk. And it will instill skepticism in your brain. But now you will laugh and say, if I will turn out like you, then I don't want to watch Detective Colombo
Dude, skepticism is great. But you have to have a consistent standard of how you accept things. Right? So that's an important part of it too. And I think that you've been a little inconsistent. So it's good if what you do is before you start looking at things, you ponder, what will I accept? What will I not? What process will I go through when analyzing things? That's really important. And I think that is, all of us can improve on that. How about
Maybe
that?
you're right. Yeah.
All right. Well, with that, I'm going to go. I have another stream. I just reset the timer to start at 9:30 Central Time. And before I go to that, tomorrow night, 6:00 p.m. Central Time, Dancing Ganesha in St. Louis Park, Minnesota, is a meetup if anybody's interested. And I know it's a bit of a fly for you, so I won't see you there. But everybody else, you have no excuse from the United States. I'm kidding.
Yeah, that's true.
All
That's
right.
true. All right.
We'll see you. Bye.
Thank you, Batu. You're fun, huh?
Oh shit.
The outro didn't start, and it happens sometimes. So, all right, here we go. Let's try it again. Bye, everybody.
Yeah.
Now it worked. Here we go.
Empty tune. Drop that beat.
All right. Let it flow. Let yourself go. So I know that is the tempo.
So, yeah, let's do this. So,
Let's do this. Yo, it's MC Toon, the debunking tycoon. I shatter flat earthers, make them face the moon. Your attempts are decent, but they'll swoon in the face of my logic like a deflated balloon.
Oh, MC Toon, the one to soon cartoons. On the real stage, send it first to their dues. Your theories are like old brooms, sweeping ignorance or just spreading the views.
FDFE stands for fumbling the facts, evidently. I drop truth bombs so resplendently. Your approach is soft, mine's unrelenting. I bring the science while you're just venting.
MC Toon, the buffoon with silver spoons. I tackle pseudoscience, make them change their tune. You're the sidekick, I'm the room. When it comes to debunking, I'm the room.
But hey, FTFE, we share the creed to educate and debunk the plant the seed. Though in this rap, it's clear indeed I've got the upper hand, then word indeed. Alright, hold on a second. The Zoom call died. Everything died! No!